Hãy subscribe Hey, Bathroom Prefect, thank you for the 1 year. Hopefully it's been a good year. I'm here. I just have lunch to eat. Hope you don't mind if I sit here and eat lunch for the first few minutes. Gives us a chance to catch up. Dip dip dibbity doo doo. At 1 year, you have unlocked the brain bow. How does it feel? Wait, where did I leave my coffee? I think I left my coffee in the kitchen. Doop-doop-dibbity-doo-doo. Born to be alive. Do-do-do-do. Yes. Show your face, geek. Dude, you sat here for 20 minutes? You sat here for 20 minutes and you have the audacity to call me cringe lord? Don't you have friends you could be talking to? Or are you just that lonely? If you need a friend, I'll be your friend. You don't have to be so mean. Anyway, I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're back. I didn't think I'd see you again. It's good to see you. Oh yeah, the tones. I feel naked without my background tones. It's like, I'm fine with being a geek. That's fine. But you were the first person in my chat. You clicked on my stream the second I went live, and then you waited 20 minutes just to talk shit to me. I love you for that. That's commitment, buddy. I love you. Thank you. I'm honestly flattered. It's like, I get it. You're shy. You're lonely. You don't really know how to make friends. That's okay. I can help you. I can teach you. First off, try being friendly. If you want to make friends, try being friendly. Simplest bit of advice I can give you. Don't mind me, I'm just eating my lunch. How are we doing today, everybody? Should I pull out the wheel while I'm eating? I have an exciting day lined up. I have a presentation I just cooked up for you. It's called Why Change is Hard, or Why is Change Hard? Just something I've been thinking about. One of the common barriers people face. Just innate human things that make change difficult. So yeah, we got a fresh cooked presentation hot out the oven for you. I just need to let it cool a little bit. Just got done baking. Yeah, I'm eating, so feel free to look over the wheel and tell me how you're feeling. Yeah, I showed my face. Where'd that guy go? Where'd that guy go? I wasn't done talking to him. Therapy is the only thing that helped me change. Feeling proud. You should feel proud, but also remember, therapy just helped you, it helped guide the way. You had to make all the steps yourself. You did all that shit, so good work. What am I eating? It's one of those factor meals. It's like the green beans are green screened. These are space beans, and then there's it's like a tomato pasta with like pork or something. It's pretty good. Where'd that guy go? Where'd that guy go? He sat here for 20 minutes waiting for me to get here. And then he demanded that I show my face, and then I did, and then did he leave? I miss him already. Like, when will people realize that being mean to me just doesn't work? Whenever somebody goes out of their way to be mean to me, it's like clearly you're just trying to be mean to yourself. Like clearly you just want to be a prickly little cactus and not make friends with anybody. You just want to ride it out on your own, tough guy. I get it. I came here from Frumpa's stream. Yeah, that's why Mike likes my stream. I feel like he needs it to balance out after exposing himself to so much politics. Anybody who willingly exposes themselves to that much politics, you need to learn how to unwind mentally. As a poli-sci major, for real. You know, if I ever run for office, I might need a campaign manager. I'm gonna need a whole team. I'm gonna be honest. I would be a politician, but I don't like doing any of the other things aside from being the public figurehead. I'm just being completely transparent. That I think I could do. Writing laws, legislature, I don't know, just stick me in front of a microphone. You hate being a figurehead, you want to write the laws? I'm starting a team. I'm starting a team. Casey has already retained me as her attorney. We have the same attorney. We share attorneys. How am I feeling today? I've been trying to loosen up physically. You know, over the winter I get a little tight, so I need to stretch out. I like to stretch out when the spring months kick in. I like to, you know, most of the working out I do in the winter, that's just maintenance. You know, I'm just trying not to get too bad out of shape. But now that spring is here, I'm kicking it into the next gear. So I did the foam roller this morning, and then I also did the inversion table. I hung myself upside down, and feels pretty good. Feels pretty good. It sucks doing it, but feels good. Anybody ever do an inversion table before? Ever just hang upside down from your ankles? I like to get a good pull from the other direction. Only one? I own one. There was a time where Casey was like, hey, do you want anything off of Amazon? And I was just like, I want an inversion table. I eat like a snail. Do you actually know how snails eat? How do snails eat? They don't have teeth, so... Your hyperfixation on my eating makes me feel like you might have some disordered eating yourself. Is everything going okay? No body image issues, no dysmorphia, No eating disorders or anything? You good? Just check in. They sort of have teeth. They have racula. Oh shit. I don't. What? Now I need to learn more about snail anatomy. Do snails have teeth? I'll be damned. They have radula. The fuck is a radula? The feeding structure? Whoa. See, now I'm learning shit. You came in here trying to be mean and now I'm learning shit? Thank you. Like, you think I could possibly give a fuck how fast I eat, or if it's not up to your standards? I find the fact that you feel compelled to comment on it interesting. Tell me more. Anyone doing anything fun for the eclipse? I'm gonna stay home for it. I feel like it's just gonna be too much. There's just gonna be so many people going. It's gonna be millions of people. I'm slow. You're still here. I'm glad you're still here. Out of all the places you could be. All the places you'd be, out of all the people you could be talking to, you're talking to me. That makes me feel pretty good. Buccal cavity? Snails are fucking weird. Shit's kind of trippy. Isn't that kind of trippy? Look at that. What's going on here? Mother Nature is wild. Mother Nature is wild. Oh, we got some questions popping up already. All right. We got some questions popping up already. All right, let me finish eating. I'm just stalling, okay? Jeez. Didn't want to eat too fast and give myself a tummy ache, okay? Jeez. But you had to go and be rude about it. Wait, what's that? Oh, the thing I was looking at? The thing I was showing you? It's the radula of a snail. It's like its mouth part or something. I don't know exactly what it is. Do we have any biologists? Somebody knew what they were named before I even Googled it, so somebody probably knows something. So it has in its mouth instead of teeth. Nice. Am I a mukbang streamer? Why do you think I have the knack for it? Do you see something in me? Do you think I have what it takes? Think I could make it in the big leagues of people who eat on the internet? Be honest with me. Do you think I could do it? I'm a scientist, but not a snail expert, just a snail lover in the nerdy way. I would say that you're probably a snail expert. You probably know more about snails than 99% of people. That to me makes you a snail expert. Are there people out there who study snails as their career? Probably. And they probably know everything there is to know about snails. All this snail talk is making me crave snails. Ew. I ate snails once. They were, it tasted kind of like a mushroom. I had escargot. Just to try it. You know what I mean? People study snails. People study all sorts of animals and insects. It's a whole field of science. It's called zoology. Snails are pretty interesting, though. It's just like, how'd you get that little shell? That's cool. It's like, oh, it's a part of you? That's neat. So you're like a slug? But it's like the snail-slug relationship. It kind of just feels like Pokemon, almost. Let me study you. You're free to try. You're free to try, but you'll have to catch up with me. Nobody's studied me more than I've studied me. So you've got some catching up to do. You have a notepad on hand? Do you have a pencil? Alright, let's get to these questions. I've got some questions lined up. I also have a presentation to go through. We're doing a presentation today. Why is change hard? So we'll talk all about why it's difficult to change. It's just something I've been thinking about a lot, you know, from a therapeutic perspective. I'm just like, why is it so difficult? Why is it such a challenge to do the things in our life that we probably feel like we need to do? They're probably things that we're like, yeah, I should probably do this. We just don't, for whatever reason. We're going to go over those reasons so we can understand ourselves better. And anyway, you have that to look forward to. Until then, let's do some questions. Alright, let's party. I've spent the past couple of days helping college students in the Directing To class by being an actor in their silent scenes when their original actress backed out and had family issues pop up. It It was all last minute, and I ended up doing a really good job in both scenes I did, and one of the directors wants me to work in a future scene that will have dialogue. I'm honored, but a little worried. Depending on how long it is, if I'd be able to memorize it, plus with all my other classes, I worry if I'd be able to keep up. I asked them to let me think about it, especially to let me read the script first before I confirm whether I go through with the project. They seem desperate, to say the least. Well, yeah, directors are always... they always need somebody to read those lines. That's the tricky part. You write a script and then you gotta convince other people to read it for you. Anyway. But I think I need to think of my own boundaries. At the same time, this could be a great opportunity to practice my acting and just have fun. I don't have a real question, just needed to say it all out loud. Thanks for listening, Papa and chat. If you feel like it can fit into the balance, I say go for it. If it pushes you a little bit outside of your comfort zone, I say go for it. It's how you expand your comfort zone. It's important to maintain our boundaries, but we also want to make sure that our boundaries aren't keeping us in a box. So yeah, I say just depending on how much of a time commitment it is, how much work you'd have to do. Now you did a good job. That's good. Great work. No real question, so no real answer. Lurker here, can the stream see who's currently watching? You can, there's a button you can click that'll show you. There's a button you can click. Do you want me to show you where it is? If you didn't know, I'll show you. Click this button right here. There at the top of the chat. It'll show you, probably not everybody. If you're not like logged in or anything, it doesn't show anything, so some people might not actually be logged into Twitch. But yeah, that's how you do it. Thought everyone knew. Oh, we all know now. I'm not sure how often it updates, and I'm not sure how accurate it is. Like, I'm not sure how long it takes to refresh, like if somebody clicks out, so... But yeah, that's how you do it. But if you don't log in, you have to watch ads, because if you don't log in, then you can't be subscribed, and if you're not subscribed, then you get ads. Speaking of... This stream is made possible by viewers like you. Thank you for your support. And praise be the gifters who spare people from the advertisements. On mobile, just click the little person symbol on the screen. Thank you for using the politically correct term, little person. Crazy how I never had ads even before I was gifted. It might be due to the country you live in. Sometimes different countries might have different advertisement, and some countries might not get the same advertisements or any advertisements. So that's interesting. Why do people fear change? I'm going to cover this more when we do the slideshow. But part of the reason why people fear change is just the unknown factor. We have a fear of the unknown. You can tie this back to some early fears that you've experienced in life. Fear of the dark, fear of what's under the bed, fear of what's hiding in the closet. Fear of the unknown is innately human. And change involves a certain confrontation with the unknown. Some people can't gamble chat points based on where they live. That's funny. That's funny that you can't even gamble imaginary points. Speaking of, I need more things to do with my channel points. So if you have any good ideas, send them to me. What are my thoughts on astrology? It's fun to think about. I like stuff that's fun to think about. I like to view astrology more as like reflective thought prompts rather than some sort of hard science. Some people really like astrology. For some people it kind of replaces that sort of religious or spiritual component that a lot of people have in their lives. Is astrology or astronomy the sciencey one? Astronomy is the sciencey one. Astrology is the star charts and birth signs and all that stuff. Oh, I hate science, but science invented lip fillers. Science invented all sorts of... Science invented all sorts of great stuff. I got you there. Okay. What are my thoughts on astrology? I'm a Leo. Meow. Those are my thoughts. I think astrology is a cool recreational activity, but I'd never base my day off of my horoscope. If my horoscope says I'm gonna have a good day, sure, I'll base my horoscope off of that. Why not? Why not give myself positive affirmations? If my horoscope says I'm gonna have a not so good day, well then I'm gonna be like, well, let's try to prove it wrong. Which I guess is motivating in its own way. I guess I could check my horoscope. What's my horoscope for today? As a person who enjoys being gregarious and outgoing, days like this provide a oh shit. Oh, here's my star ratings. 2-star hustle, 4-star success, 3-star vibe. It's like, how do they know? It's like, how do they know? Am I Cancer? No, I'm Leo. But I think I am a Cancer moon. Days like this provide a wonderful outlet for your energy. You might spend a lot of time with your family today. But you'll also probably touch base with many others. At some point, might find yourself in the spotlight. Oh, you don't say. You feel especially fond of everyone around you and appreciate your good fortune. Enjoy your day. I'll take it. I'll take it. That's not a bad one. That's a good one. I'll take it, sure. When it says shit like that to me, sure, why not believe it? But there's no proof. But there's no science. There's no math. I'm choosing to believe it because it's fun to believe. You can't make me not. Are horoscopes ever negative? They can be a little bit. They're normally pretty uplifting though. Is this true? Okay, let's take a look. Let's see what's going on here.
This is true, but a friend once told me that if you listen to metal, rock, emo, things like that, you're more likely to have been screamed at as children and verbally abused.
Yeah.
That's why you like the screaming. It's familiar.
That makes sense. Makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. So the question is this true? When it comes to asking yourself, is this true? There's always going to be exceptions to the rule. So what is true for most people, it's never true for everybody, but it's pretty true. You want to talk about why that happens? You want to talk about why that is? It's not necessarily just because it's familiar. It's not because screaming is familiar, therefore I like being screamed at. I'm familiar with being screamed at, but I'm familiar with being screamed at in a negative way. I'm familiar with screaming being the way that people normally communicate with me. And that'll reflect in your music. If you don't like to be screamed at, you probably don't like to listen to that kind of music. But the thing that will happen with people is that sometimes you will learn to enjoy something that you didn't enjoy initially. So if your parents were screaming at you a lot when you were younger, you probably didn't like that. But the screaming of the person in the band, that's different. It's a familiar communication style, but it creates a different emotional response. It allows you to change your reaction to being screamed at. It also kind of relates to how people develop kinks, but that's a topic for another day. I'm a very fragile person, Papa. I get hurt easily, and people use me for that. I just wish if people were nice with me and not as mean as they are right now. just remember this. When people are mean to you, it's because you gotta think, how are they to themselves internally? When people are very mean to themselves internally, they project it outwards into the world around them. So when people are mean to you, you don't have to take it personally. You can just recognize this is a person that's hurting. This is a person that's struggling. I don't need to struggle because of their struggle. I can have empathy for them. I can feel bad for them. But I don't need to let them make me feel bad just because they're mean. I should feel sorry for them because they're a mean person. I think it's also important to recognize that people are more fragile than they would admit. So you may feel very fragile, but that's also part of the reason why they are mean. People become mean to protect themselves from their own fragility. So I guess what I would say is just emotionally invest in the relationships that treat you the way that you feel that you should be treated. Hey, row your motorboat. Thank you for the 34 months. Holy moly. 34 months? I'm gonna have to start making new sub badges soon. Hell yeah, brother. Alright, bring it in. Give you a fist bump. Pork trees here. Alright, everybody on their best behavior. How's Baltimore doing after that bridge collapse? Wasn't that wild? Wasn't that a wild bit of news? You don't normally see an entire ass bridge collapse. That's so crazy. I think whenever I saw it like late at night because it happened at like midnight or something. So I saw the news late in the day and I was just like, whoa, and I didn't really fully process it. I also heard that that ship got cited for like running into some other stuff too. They like ran into like the pier or the dock that they docked in earlier some other time. It was like, if you drive a big fucking boat, you should probably be really good at not hitting things with it. Also, the way that they overload these cargo ships is just wild. I've already seen people turn it into a conspiracy theory, right? I've seen this bridge collapse based... I've seen it... I've seen everyone and anyone blamed for this bridge collapse. Speaking of, Porktree, where were you that night? Just need to make sure. I heard some rumors. Yeah, I've heard wokeness as being blamed. I've heard China as being blamed. I've heard pretty much everybody being blamed. I'm sure they'll blame women and minorities like they always do. Same old tired fucking song and dance. What's wokeness? It's the word that they use to try to make people feel bad for being empathetic and kind. Me personally, I blame Joe Brandon. Whenever anything happens bad in the country ever, just immediately blame the president. That's what I like to do. Doesn't matter which president. Blame him. I learned that during the Obama administration. They just started blaming Obama for everything, so you just blame the president every single time that anything bad happens ever. It's the president's fault. They did it. All right. Let's check this next question. Hello. To preface, feel free to speculate as necessary. Will do. Thank you for giving me permission to speculate. I've been in my first long-term relationship for about 3 years now. Overall, we're very happy together. We're comfortable with each other in regards to communication, but of course there can still be the occasional miscommunication. There is one challenge that continues to pop up. It's not frequent, but I want to be able to work through it more effectively. Oh, I got you. Sometimes I say things in a genuinely lighthearted manner, but I end up offending my partner because she takes it to heart for months, even if I apologize. I've gotten a lot better about making jokes, but I've learned that she doesn't like teasing. Recently, I realized that this dynamic is similar to how my parents would bicker. My dad would say something as a joke, it would offend my mom, and they would suddenly have an argument about it for long periods of time. I know we don't have the same kind of relationship as my parents, and I'm definitely more empathetic and understanding compared to how my dad would handle it. He never tried to change. I just don't want to keep hurting her feelings, even if it's something small. We've talked about it together, and I've stopped making jokes like I did in the past, but my girlfriend is still very sensitive to what I say. She told me that sometimes my jokes make her feel like I don't love her as much, which just isn't true. Is there something I can do to improve our communication? I want to squash the issue between us for good, even if it doesn't happen that frequently. Well, I'm glad that you were able to communicate about this as far as you have. Just being able to talk about it and explaining how you're being made to feel when you say certain things. So, I kind of just want to immediately jump into recommendations, but I kind of want to talk about, everyone struggles with insecurities, and people have different comfort levels when it comes to banter. But the thing about banter is that it should make both people laugh. If it just makes one person laugh and it makes the other person feel bad, then it's not really banter. So, maybe if we're gonna make jokes, maybe make them more about yourself. If we're gonna joke at someone else's expense, we should also be willing to joke at our expense. So maybe by making more jokes about yourself, maybe just some more like self-deprecating type humor. People tend to resonate more with that. You know, when you're able to laugh at yourself, you never run out of stuff to laugh at. The goal here should be to make your partner laugh, and it's not making her laugh. Well, let me take my jacket off. All these questions. I'm starting to get sweaty. The reason why I say you should try making more jokes about yourself is because in doing that, you can show your girlfriend that it's okay to laugh at yourself. Rather than putting her in a situation where she has to confront something that she might feel insecure about and then trying to get her to laugh about it, you are instead showing her that you can laugh about yourself by doing it with yourself. Does that make sense? So instead of trying to get someone else to become more comfortable with joking about them, you show them that it's okay to joke about yourself by joking about yourself more. Like, I'm just thinking about my relationship, and if Casey said that, you know, joking about a certain thing, you know, made her feel bad or made her feel insecure, that's not what I'm trying to do. And so I'll find something else to joke about. I'm not going to demand her to be more comfortable with what I want to joke about. I'll just joke about different things. You have some keen observation skills. You have some keen observation skills, you know, just looking back and saying, this is how things were with my parents, and this is what ended up happening with them when they would do this. And I feel like, you know, you don't want to just start fights for no reason. It's not fun. It's not enjoyable. Like, if it's a situation where like she does something silly and you feel like you can get a laugh out of it, follow her lead. Like, let her laugh about it first, and then that will give you permission to laugh about it. Then you're laughing together rather than laughing at her. That's what I'm getting at. Miscommunications happen even in the most secure and even in the most long-lasting relationships. What matters is your ability to navigate and overcome those miscommunications when they do happen. You have good communication skills and you have the makings for a really solid relationship here, so you get the thumbs up. Happy hump day. I've been in online groups with people who share the same disorders as me. I even moderate a few. It was originally refreshing to be with people who deal with similar issues because I was very alienated and alone before. But in the past month, it really had been taking a toll. Like, something always triggers someone. Mention eating a lot of food, something with ED is triggered. Mention you're happy, someone else is upset because they're sad. Mention having sex, someone who is assaulted or sex averse is triggered. could see how that would be exhausting. You don't want your social environment to be a padded room. You know what I mean? And if there's just so many things that you just can't talk about without, it just feels like you're walking on eggshells. This is why group therapy always has a moderator. It always has someone who can redirect and help, manage the flow. Support groups are really helpful, but you need someone who can help guide that group, because people will get triggered when you talk about certain stuff. But you also need somebody who's trained to navigate those types of things and to actually see this as, okay, this is a learning moment, this is a growing moment. We can actually, you're in a safe place and you acknowledge that you're feeling triggered right now. Let's work through that. Let's talk about it so that you can reduce your sensitivity to your triggers. If something triggers you, you owe it to yourself to try to desensitize yourself to that trigger. It doesn't have to trigger you forever. It just doesn't. And sometimes when it triggers you currently, it feels like it's something that you will always be triggered by, but that's not true. Are the moderators of group therapy generally therapists themselves, or are there additional ways to get that training as a regular person or community member? Good question. A lot of times it is a trained therapist, but a lot of times it's not. Sometimes it's just a person who is very experienced with how to handle a group dynamic. A lot of times it's what we would refer to as a peer support specialist. It's someone who has lived experience with the condition that you're talking about, or, in the group, the focus of the group. It's somebody who has actual life experience and who can speak on it. So it's think of an AA group, for example. It's the people who typically lead an AA group are people who have been there for 20, 30 years. They just have a lot of experience in that environment. When I worked at a mental health facility, a lot of the groups were led by case managers. So those were people who were trained to handle, these types of situations, but they didn't have to be therapists. I guess if we do want to make that distinction, that would be the difference between group therapy and a support group, is whether or not it's facilitated by a therapist. Support groups can be therapeutic. I can't imagine what it's like to be in a Discord for people with mental illness being moderated by people with the same illnesses. Yeah, I feel like these types of communities pop up all the time, and then they also implode all the time. Because people crave that type of support. They crave that type of, validation and connection and understanding that they get from being in a group of people with similar experiences as them. But if you're a person who's very vulnerable to their triggers, and you're in a position where you're responsible for maintaining the integrity of the group could collapse very easily. I can't be in spaces like that. It just makes my symptoms worse. That's where I was gonna get. I was actually gonna talk about that. But you bring up a very valid point here. Let me finish this question real quick. And then I'll talk a little bit more about why that happens. The exacerbation of symptoms. I refuse to use sarcasm tags. It ruins the sarcasm. I could understand why it's important in text. Sarcasm doesn't really get translated well into text. If it aids your communication and its clarity, it's a good thing. We want our communication to be as clear and understandable as possible. Alright. It just feels frustrating because people can be vibing in a convo and then someone just butts in and the vibe is dead. Yeah. See, this is why when you have a group therapy session, you start at a certain time and then you start discussing, and then when the next person wants to come in, or if a person shows up late, they don't interrupt the conversation that's going on. So people need to develop a certain sense of self-awareness. You can't just kick the door in, bust in on a therapy session, and be like, alright, so here's what I got going on. People just really need to be heard. People just, they need that really badly. And so I understand why they feel so eager to just get things out there when they're dealing with these types of feelings. But sometimes you just need to sit down and listen. Maybe you can learn more about yourself by listening to other people. There's only so much to learn about yourself by talking about yourself. We try to be aware of triggering others, but it seems like a Sisyphean challenge. Ooh. Look at you. Look at you bringing in your ancient Greek myths. If you're not familiar, Sisyphus is the Greek legend of the guy who has to roll a boulder up to the top of the hill, and then the boulder rolls back down to the bottom of the hill, and then he has to roll the boulder up to the top of the hill again, and then it repeats forever. Hence the term, a Sisyphean challenge. You're just rolling that boulder up the hill over and over and over. I've stepped back and mentally feel a lot better. Good. And looking in from the outside, it just looks like one of those cartoon fights where there's a bunch of people in a puff of smoke. Ooh, I really like that analogy. There's just a bunch of, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Makes me think of Tasmanian Devil, or just like those cartoons where it's just like you see like arms and legs just flailing around outside of a big dust cloud. I don't know what I should do. I don't want to leave because the medication and therapy channels are very helpful, but I also don't want to feel that way again. Sorry for the wall of text. I hope you're having a great week and thanks for streaming. Okay, you know the rules. You apologized and I'm sorry that I have to do this to you, but I'm also going to do this to myself for apologizing to you for apologizing. I will also bonk myself for that. It's just, you know, I gotta hold myself accountable. You don't have to leave. You can stay for the sake of those channels that you do find really helpful. But I think it's good that you've been able to practice taking a step back and not getting sucked in to that cartoonish cloud of... I want to find an image just so that people... Or, like, if you've never heard the concept of, like, a cartoon fight cloud, I'm like, does anybody, like, just never seen a cartoon before? This is what they're talking about. And this is exactly what it feels like. It feels like you get sucked into one of these. It was a very apt description. So, use the channels that you find helpful, and when you spot, you know, the drama or people being triggered, or you know, just keeps taking a step back from it. Just watch it from the outside. That's really good that you've been able to learn how to do that. So you don't have to leave altogether if there's still some value to be had by being in this group. You just don't have to engage in the same way that you had been engaging. You don't have to get drawn into those conflicts and that drama. I feel like this is a really good indicator of your own improvement of your mental health. Your ability to step back and just be like, yeah, you know what, that wasn't helpful for me. That really wasn't helping me. So, one thing that I also wanted to mention, because someone in chat brought it up, I did want to mention it because this reminds me of TikTok and what happens on TikTok with mental illness, is that if you are in a community that is centered around mental illness, just be mindful of how being a part of that community might, in some ways, encourage you to not get better. If you identify with your illness and then you form social bonds based on that identity, where is your motivation to heal? Where is your motivation to change? Because now, growing and changing might make you feel like you are losing those social connections that you formed. You see a lot of this on the internet. You see a lot of it on like TikTok and Discord servers and stuff like that. It's like people, they build a sense of identity and they build a sense of community around symptoms and around an illness. And when your personal identity is so connected with that aspect of yourself, it encourages you on some levels to perpetuate those symptoms. Let me just give you an example. Let's say that you are a part of one of these servers, and whenever you start a conversation and you start talking about how you're feeling, or you start talking about how you're feeling triggered, and it gives you attention, it gives you validation, you feel heard, you feel seen. We have to be mindful of how this, in some ways, teaches us that when we are triggered or when we act out, it can help us meet our needs. You see this a lot in mental health. People start to learn that when they act out or when they get triggered, that's when they get more attention. When you were in those groups, you didn't want to get help because you didn't want to lose the connection you had with the people in those groups. Thank you for confirming that. See, I told you. I told you. It's something you notice a lot, especially on like TikTok and then other corners of the internet where people will congregate around a mental illness. People getting into really long and drawn out conversations about the specific nature of certain symptoms. Yeah, I'm tired. Take a nap. I was in a Discord for BPD a few weeks, but it seemed like every hour there was someone in a suicidal crisis, and it took such a toll constantly trying to reassure people. This is why working with people with BPD can be a real challenge if you don't have experience working with people with BPD. Is because people with BPD will demand a lot of reassurance sometimes. Sometimes they'll make these gestures or statements that are designed to get them the things that they need emotionally. And so in working with somebody who has BPD, you have to teach them healthy boundaries. You have to show them what healthy boundaries looks like. And so most of the time with people with BPD, I would wait until they cool down to talk to them. Trying to talk to somebody who is really escalated and then helping them de-escalate. There's a time and place for that, but sometimes you just have to let people de-escalate on their own. And then talk to them about it if they want to talk about it. But you don't always have to talk about it. Sometimes you can just carry on. You know, you can just pick up where you left off. It just depends on whether or not you feel like it'll be productive. That's why I like working with people with BPD. It's very hands-on. It's very interactive and engaging. I've also been in a situation online where I was trying to support someone and they were just not having it. Right? And then it makes you feel like you can't give them what they need, but sometimes all you need to do is give them a little bit of space to cool off and then re-engage with them after they have a while to calm down. Well, that's the thing, though. Sometimes people will really demand your attention, and you have to have a good sense of, do I give them attention right now, or do I want to wait and talk to them later? Like, as a BPD person, when we're escalated, we're just being crazy and kind of know it. And I recognize that. And so I feel like it's really important to sometimes just give them the space that they need to work through that, because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to work through it. So just, you don't need to have too many cooks in the kitchen. And then, you go back over it and you say, okay, so you were pretty elevated the other day. I can tell you were pretty agitated. What helped with that? What were you able to do to help reorient yourself and redirect yourself? That is how you work with somebody with BPD. I had a friend with similar problems as me, and as soon as I got a therapist, they told me they'd commit suicide at a certain date. Sometimes people will threaten self-harm or suicide as a way of getting attention from people. So you have to be really mindful of, you want to take every suicidal threat seriously. But what I will normally do is I'll be like, if you're feeling this way right now, please consider contacting like crisis services, or, I'm like, you shouldn't be the like, if a person is feeling this way, they should be talking to professionals. So sometimes it's okay to redirect people. Like, hey, if you're feeling this way, please talk to somebody. Call the crisis line. Talk to somebody with experience. I'd love to be able to help you, but I'm not sure how to help you right now. I've been there. It's really frustrating and it's really stressful when people will use these types of gestures as a way of, like, getting the help that they need in that moment. Because when you think about it, it's a pretty surefire way of getting attention. Telling people, I'm gonna harm myself. That's a pretty guaranteed way of getting yourself attention. People will drop whatever it is they're doing and focus on you. My mom threatened self-harm, and when we cut her off a few years ago, she downed a bottle of pills, and that was really hard on me to keep remembering I'm not responsible for what her choices are. It's like, yeah, you didn't make her take those pills. Also, she gave you a million reasons to cut her off. You didn't want to keep letting her hurt you. Isn't it just so strange when people are like, why won't you let me keep hurting you? If you don't let me keep hurting you, I'm going to hurt myself. So you better let me keep hurting you, otherwise I'm going to hurt myself. It's like, I'm sorry, what? It's like, if people want to hurt themselves, it's their choice. It's something that they choose to do. We did a welfare check and she was at the hospital getting her stomach pumped. And they didn't hold her, they let her go. Interesting. Normally in that type of situation, they would keep a person. Normally in that type of situation, you would be placed on an involuntary hold, and you'd probably stay 72 hours at the psych hospital. But sometimes the psych hospital doesn't have beds. And sometimes it's the weekend and you can't get a judge to sign off on an involuntary hold or something. So sometimes it's just dumb bureaucratic reasons why a person can't get the help that they need at the time that they need it. I didn't understand why they didn't. If she says to them that she's, like, depending on what a person says, they may or may not get hospitalized. Like, if a person says, I'm not going to hurt myself, I'm fine, I'm not going to harm anybody, they might just let him go. My doctor asked me if I wanted to check in or go home, and when I said go home, he was like, well, wrong answer. Your doctor wanted to give you the illusion of choice. It's really important that people feel a sense of control in their life, and so sometimes you will be presented with a choice, and there is a right or a wrong answer. They wanted you to feel like it was your choice to go, rather than feel like you're being made to go. "23 years of the big brain content? A B Wayne." Cheers, B Wayne. wish I didn't care about my monster mother, but I can't help it. It's kind of funny how unalike you are. Isn't it kind of funny just how unlike her you are? You ever think about that? So I guess in some backwards, twisted way, you can thank her for making you the person you are today. Is it true that people with depression and or anxiety are very often anti-authoritarians? And why is that? Does it have to do with the amygdala thing? I don't think that it's true that depression and anxiety are very often an anti-authoritarian thing. At least I've never heard anything that... I haven't heard that myself. So I can't say that that is true. I feel like depression and anxiety are pretty universal. Like, anxiety is something that is... It's the most commonly treated mental condition. Depression's number 2. And you see those at such a high rate just across any population. They're pretty universal. Now, that being said, based on a person's belief structure, based on a person's political ideologies, based on, you know, all sorts of factors, they may actually manifest anxiety and depression differently. A leftist with anxiety might smoke a lot of weed. A conservative person with anxiety might buy a lot of guns. They might build a bunker. You know, anxiety exists across the spectrum. It's just manifested in different ways. A leftist who's depressed might get another cat. A conservative who's depressed might buy a new truck. Does it have to do with the amygdala thing? The amygdala thing. People... Okay, so the amygdala is associated with brain hormones, and primarily the amygdala is associated with feelings of anxiety, feelings of stress and fear. What they've noticed is that conservative brains have a larger amygdala, meaning that in general they are just more fearful, which makes sense. They're afraid of immigrants, they're afraid of the government, they're afraid of people with a different skin color, they're afraid of people who don't believe in the same religion as they do. They're afraid of a lot of things, so it makes sense that they have a big amygdala. What has leftism to do with cats? Every person I've met that has cats that they like, and they like really like cats, they tend to be more like hippie. Am I wrong? Have you ever met a person who's like conservative who has, oh, I guess they do exist, but I don't know. Cats are leftist in my book. Was it something that developed in childhood? The size of your amygdala can fluctuate any point in your life. If you were to like go to therapy and start meditating and start working on your anxiety and you're starting to like channel your brain in a different way, you can actually notice a reduction in the size of your amygdala. So yeah, I've seen depression and anxiety across the political spectrum, and it's actually something that I had noticed in doing therapy with people because I worked with a guy, doing therapy for his depression, and he was, into all these like conspiracy theories, and this was back when like Trump was in office, and he was just like talking about how like he's gonna like deport all the immigrants and stuff, and I'm just like, okay, buddy. I just kind of had to ignore him. You can't really get political when it comes to therapy. You have to kind of remain apolitical for the sake of the therapeutic relationship. What's an amygdala? I'm happy you asked. The amygdala. It's a little guy. It's a little guy, but it's a very central brain component. And it's tied to our like base feelings of emotions, It's tied to some very primal things. When you think of brain structures, a general rule is that the more central and the lower within the brain structure, the more like primitive and primal it is. Because brains develop upward and outward at the same time, kind of like a tree. A tree grows up, but it also grows out. Your brain kind of grows in the same way. But everything towards the center and towards the bottom, these are very like primitive and primal parts. It isn't up until you actually start to get up into like the neocortex, which is the outermost part of your brain, that you actually start to see like abstract thinking. Executive functioning is what they call it. Executive functioning. But yeah, the amygdala is tied to a lot of our basic emotions, and it's also tied to fear responses. And it also produces some of the hormones that are associated with stress. How about the pineal gland? The pineal gland is the centermost structure within your brain, and it's also the only part of your brain that doesn't have a mirrored part on the same side, because it is the centermost part. And the pineal gland has to do a lot with production of different types of hormones. I want an amygdalotomy. Take that thing out of me. No, because your amygdala is also what lets you jump for joy. It's what lets you scream with excitement. There's a lot of fun stuff that you can thank your amygdala for. So many people I know believe in astral projection, and it seems just insane to me. Am I the problem? Try it for yourself. Just try it for yourself, that's all I'll say. I'm not going to tell you to believe in it or not believe in it. I'm just like, just try it for yourself and see what happens. Is that what they remove in lobotomies? No, what they do in a lobotomy is they stick an ice pick up above your eyeball, and then they swish around the front part of your brain. They just kind of go... Very scientific. What is astral projection? I'm just Googling everything today. Astral projection is the sensation of you leaving your body and going somewhere else. So just imagine that you're just laying there meditating and you focus on your sensation of awareness. You just focus on your sensation of consciousness. You detach yourself from your physical body and you just feel yourself just floating through space. Now, that is a real thing. You can actually feel as if you are leaving your body, and you can feel like you are detached, and you can feel like you go somewhere else. But as far as, like, where do you actually go? Do you actually go somewhere, or is it all just in your head? Who knows? But can you experience those sensations? Absolutely. It sounds like depersonalization. The spiritual stuff always makes me so angry. This isn't spiritual. This is a meditative practice. This is something that your brain can do. Have you ever dreamed? Do you think dreaming is spiritual? This is basically just practiced and willful daydreaming. It's kind of like intentionally lucid dreaming. No spiritual aspect whatsoever. But as far as believing, like, oh yeah, I went to the other side of the world and I saw what was going on over there, it's like, is that true? Is that real? Maybe, probably not. But can you feel those sensations within yourself? Absolutely. Did you know that when you're meditating, you can actually offer your brain a suggestion of how to feel, and you can actually create sensations just by thinking about them? It just takes practice. Spirituality always triggers me. Why do you think that might be? Did you escape a new age hippie cult? But dissociation is a bad coping skill, but if you're just doing it for fun, it's okay, not trying to sound snarky. Well, no, that's how you actually learn how to control it. It's bad when it's uncontrolled, in the same way that anger is bad when it's uncontrolled, just like anything else. But if you want to learn how to get better at it, you got to learn how to control it. We depersonalize all the time. You know, you're just sitting there and you're just like, you just tone out. You go somewhere else. You get lost in your thoughts. It happens. But you can learn how to control that so that you don't find yourself in a position where you feel like it's harming your productivity or it's interfering with your ability to function. How do I stop being hyper independent? It's lonely out here. Just come and say hi in the chat. Just come make friends here. We welcome you in. Hello. Come on in. The water's fine. I can understand why a person would have reservations when it comes to the concept of spirituality. But you should still at least believe in your own spirit. I feel like there's just something about people that is greater than the sum of the parts. So whatever that is, believe in it. So how do we stop being hyper independent? Sometimes we have to allow ourselves to depend on other people. What I found to be helpful was, because I can also be very independent, delegating things, just asking people to do things for me rather than doing them myself. Just like, be like, hey, would you mind doing this? Or, hey, I have a quick question for you. Just opening up to being open, like being able to accept help and being able to interact with people, and we can get a lot done on our own, and it's really impressive what some people can do entirely independently. But the things that we can do when we work together, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. We can do so much more when we work together. DBT practices a higher power at first. They do the same thing in AA. They talk about a higher power. And it's like your higher power doesn't have to be a Christian God. It doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be God. It doesn't have to be Jesus. It doesn't have to be Allah. It doesn't have to be Vishnu. It doesn't have to be anybody. It could be your highest possible self. It could be your higher dimensional self. The purest essence of you that exists somewhere out in the universe. It's just really helpful to believe that you are a part of a bigger picture and that you're not the be-all, end-all. I think it just takes practice. You just gotta open up a little bit, you know what I mean? You just gotta bloom like a big, beautiful flower, bud. You just gotta open up. Can you be healed from trauma? Absolutely. Absolutely, you can. I always need proof for things. That's why I don't like spirituality. I get that, and I get why people would be that way, but which one's more fun? That's what it comes down to for me. I might not be able to prove it, but I like to follow the rule of cool. Which one would be cooler? If you did have a spirit, or if you didn't have a spirit? Which one do you prefer? Which one sounds more fun? Because, spoiler alert, that can actually be a factor in what you choose to believe. Any person who pursues science to the highest possible degree eventually reaches a point where they're just like, I can't explain this just feels magical. Like you're studying atoms and you're like, why the fuck do atoms do what they do? Like, how do they know what to do? Why does hydrogen bond with hydrogen in the way that it does? Why are there subatomic particles that move backwards through time? Can you be healed from trauma? Absolutely. The thing is you've probably healed from some traumas that you might not even remember. There are different indicators that you can see when a person is healed from their trauma. In my experience, the best indicator that someone is healed from their trauma is that they feel comfortable talking about it, they feel comfortable engaging with other people who have also been traumatized, and they feel comfortable becoming an advocate for people who are experiencing or who have experienced that similar trauma. You become a force for healing because of what you've been through. You're able to take your trauma and convert it into the most meaningful thing you can. You can convert your hurt into healing. It can definitely be a challenge, though. But it's a lot easier to heal from trauma when you're not on your own. It can be all the difference in just talking to somebody else about it, talking to people who have been through similar things, learning from them, asking them, what helped you heal? and then trying it yourself. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. You just keep the conversation going. You just got to keep working at it. We've got a lot of questions today, and I'm excited about that. I'm here for it. I've also got a presentation, though, once the questions are... We'll get to the presentation once I get through the questions. So we might be here for a minute. Let me grab my water. Let me grab my water. Okay. What's the presentation about? Why is change difficult? Or why is change hard? Something I've been racking my brain. Why is change hard? That's the presentation. Because if change was easy, you'd have done it already. If it was easy to just do the things that you realize that you need to do, you probably would have done them already. It's the fact that it's hard that most people get stuck. So I'm just talking about why it is hard. So, like a psychological, biological, social level. Is fear one of the topics? Oh, you butter believe it. You butter believe it. Planning to ace this test. I believe in you. You're a star student. I just got back from a therapy appointment this afternoon. During the appointment, we spoke about a few things. Some of them I've spoken about before, and some of them I haven't. Near the end of the session, my therapist said I seem to not know what to talk about. Is that how they phrased that? Is that how they phrased it? Is that how they phrased it? That's not what I would. That's not what I would use if I were in therapy with a person and they had a lot to talk about, a lot of different subjects, maybe they were jumping around a little bit. I would say something more along the lines of, it sounds like you're working through a lot. Or it sounds like you got a lot on your plate. It sounds like you got a lot going on. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to make a person feel bad for having a lot to say. How does one deal with a narcissist in an office setting if you're working in close proximity to them? Try to stay on their good side, I guess. Be nice to them, stroke their ego a little bit. And I say this because you're just trying to cope and survive the office setting. It's like you're not their therapist, you're not trying to fix them, you're not trying to make them not a narcissist, so that's just how you deal with a narcissist if you're in a position where you can't really sit down with them and talk to them about it. The therapist said I seemed to not know what to talk about. That what we spoke about was important, of course, and it's just that I seem to be doing really well. We have another appointment next week, so for therapy to be productive, I feel like I must bring more topics to discuss than I did this week. I told her that I honestly found myself in this situation often, more than just today. So is this a common issue? How do I find more topics to discuss? It's not about the number of topics. You can spend an entire therapy session talking about one thing. Typically speaking, when it comes to a therapy session, the fewer topics you talk about, the more in-depth you can go about those topics. And sometimes the point of therapy is to just see how deep you can go. Generally speaking, it's good to have an idea of like some things that you want to make sure to mention, some things you might want to bring up. If you don't get around to all of them, that's okay. Sometimes you start talking about one topic and then you realize you're going to be here for a while talking about this topic. Sometimes you start talking about a topic that you think is something that you could talk a lot about, and then you realize that, oh, I guess I don't need to talk about that one that much. I kind of summed it all up already. Generally speaking, therapists like to allow the client to take the lead and determine, what we talk about and how long we talk about it. So they told you that you're doing really well. Do you agree? Good. If you feel like you have learned what you need to learn, and you are at the stage now where you're just practicing your coping skills and continuing to improve and grow, then it's okay to just talk about your successes in therapy. You can talk about what went well for you that week. You can talk about your moments of success and triumph. That's also important stuff to talk about. Therapy doesn't have to just be, here's everything that went wrong in my entire life. So I guess just keep that in consideration. When you go to therapy, you can tell them about what went right. That's the thing about therapy is after a point, you will find yourself not needing to talk about every single thing because you can apply what you've learned in talking about other things to other aspects of your life. Like things just start to fall into place, things just start to make more sense. I really like a strengths-based approach to therapy, so I like to talk about what went right for you this week. What were your wins? Let's count up your W's. Definitely overthought this comment. I feel like if your therapist knew that you were going to overthink it, they probably wouldn't have said it. Sometimes therapists do that. We're human. We goof. Sometimes we say stuff and it comes out the wrong way and it's not what we intended. First time here, welcome in. Make yourself at home. We're taking questions from the question box, and we've got a slideshow set up for later. Twitch link of your profile would be great for the YouTube viewers. I have YouTube viewers. God, you're right. I do multi-stream to YouTube. How do I set that up? Stream to YouTube. Look, it's me. It's me on YouTube. I can't show my YouTube chat. I can't, when you multi-stream from Twitch, you can't show all of your chats on the Twitch screen, which is why I just show my Twitch chat. It's in the Twitch TOS. You can only show Twitch chat on your screen. So you're right, I should put, how do I edit this? How do I edit my About Me in my YouTube? Like somebody in my YouTube chat asked how long I've been a therapist for. I've worked in mental health for over 10 years. Like, when did I get my bachelor's degree? I started working in mental health after I got my bachelor's in psychology, which was like 2011. You can get bots that copy the YouTube chat into the Twitch chat. Oh my god, why didn't I know this? Why didn't I know this? Well, now I do know this. Thank you for teaching me. I need to figure out how to do that. Yeah, because I realize I'm multi-streaming, and I don't want to, like, leave people out of the chat, but I just haven't figured out how to bring all the chats together, because Twitch doesn't let you show all of them on your screen. It's against the TOS. It's against the TOS, I fear. You're right, I should put a link for the YouTube viewers. But I might have to figure out how to do it later. It's the same it's the same if that's any consolation. It's the same name on YouTube as it is on Twitch. The Brain Domain. When I was trying to think of a name for this show, I've probably told you this before. It took me weeks. I was trying to come up with a name. I would just literally sit down and think. So you're right, YouTube viewers. I need a link of the Twitch profile. Are there edited videos of you going over some of the slideshows? See, I need that too. I need that too. We need a YouTube command. There is a YouTube command, actually. Exclamation YT or exclamation YouTube. I've been watching Grey's. I've seen a little bit. There's just a lot of drama on that show. It's hard to keep up with. If you miss a little bit, it's just like, okay, now who all's dating who now and what is going on? It's a lot. Hey Papa, clarification to my hot and cold gamer buddy question from yesterday. Ooh, I love a clarification. I love a clarification because, as you've probably noticed, sometimes when I'm answering a question, I have to go off of the information that I have, and so I always appreciate a clarification. I also love an update. Clarification to my hot and cold gamer buddy from yesterday and my anxious attachment style. I left out an important detail and saw folks asking if it was a romantic interest in the chat. This person and I hook up and they stay over every time we have been together, which is why I've felt a little off on our meetings in person, only being on their terms for the short time we've known each other. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. So there's a little bit of a romantic thing here. They are busy, and I'm trying to just trust that what they tell me is true. I believe my past experiences have made it difficult to trust people at their word, and I expect people to disappear, but that's my own thing. I'm really happy that you are aware of that and that you acknowledge that. It's a huge strength. Do you know what I would give for everyone to be as aware as some of the people in here are? Like, the level of self-awareness in here is unlike anything I've ever seen. We have some of the most self-aware people in this community. And I'm tremendously proud. As aware of you are, though, of your attachment style, just think about them. What do you think their attachment style might be? Maybe they also have an anxious attachment, which is why they've been so hot and cold. Just something to think about. I may be more bonded and interested in the romance, and they may be trying to just get to know me in their own way. Taking your advice to just enjoy it for what it is and let our friendship go how it may. Again, always open to a read. If there's more insight with this layer, just wanted to add that info. Thanks, Papa. Thank you. You are very welcome. I think, if there's aspects to this relationship you enjoy, just enjoy them and let it grow into something else. If it does grow into something else, great. If it doesn't grow into anything else, that doesn't have to not be great too. I feel like what matters most is that you enjoy the time that you spend with this person. And if you get to a point where you want to have a conversation with them about maybe taking it to the next level, go for it. I would say to trust your instincts, but I'm going to put a strong but here. If our instincts are off, because sometimes the way that we are brought up, the way that we are raised, the way that we are taught, it can make us have instincts that might be a little overly sensitive. We might expect rejection. We might expect people to leave. And so that might be our instinct. And so in some ways we have to push against those. They might feel instinctual. So I would say trust your instincts, but if your instincts are telling you that everyone's going to leave you, then we probably shouldn't listen to those. I'm going to eat this kettle chip and it's going to be really crunchy, so this is your heads up. If they have relationships of a certain, closeness, of a certain intensity, they have reasons for it. So we shouldn't try to assume that a person doesn't like us or that they want to leave us just because they are hesitant to grow closer. Everyone grapples with their own insecurities. But if we want to turn our insecurities into strengths, we just have to talk about them. Found I stick around too long, hoping they will show me the affection I show them, and that never works out. Got a heart of gold. Somebody's gonna be very lucky. Like, a lot of times what happens in life is that if we are traumatized or we are wounded, we will recognize wounds in other people, and then we want to be a force for healing for them. We want to be a person that can help them to mend. But if that person isn't ready to heal and they aren't ready to do what they need to do in order to heal, I'll just say I don't see the problem in having like casual relationships. They're not my thing. I've never been that type of person, and some people just aren't that type of person. Some people like to be in a committed relationship and they like to be able to, grow closer to a person and communicate with them and learn more about them and emotionally invest in one another. Some people are scared to do that. Some people like to keep things surface level and casual because that is what is safe for them. But if you want to do anything about it, you gotta talk about it. So, when the time feels right, just have a conversation with this person about your relationship. Preferably before you hook up. If they come over and they are gonna hook up, that would be a good time to talk about how you feel with one another. Like, listen, before we do this, I just need to know, where is this going? Where is this headed? Like, if this is just fun for you, that's fine. I like this. This is fun, but if you want this to become something more, I need to know, because I need to know how emotionally invested I should be. These Cuban sandwich flavored chips, I don't mind them. They're actually pretty good, but I like pickle kettle chips too. Like, I'm a bit of a freak. They make a fried pickle ranch kettle chip, and it is really good. I eat too many of them. They got a little bit of that tang. So it's like a pickle chip, but it's also got like a little bit of like a cheesy. Pretty good. Alright, get these out of here. I'm just munching. I dream about versions of me living completely different lives, and there's no reason for me to be imagining those lives. Could it be I'm tapping into multidimensional versions of me? Maybe. Maybe. Could be. Can't really prove it. Can't really disprove it. Is it fun to think about? Is it fun to believe? I would say yes. What I like to think of is, have you ever seen Everything Everywhere All at Once? Sometimes I like to think in that way. Also, this is related to something that we do in, healing and in therapy. We call it visualization. So instead of just we want to try to imagine a different version of ourselves, right? But we want to do it more grounded within our reality and within our own trajectory. You watched it yesterday? Well, then this is very timely. Of course, I could imagine a different universe in which we're all in the Wild West. It's Wild West dimension. We're all wearing, cowboy hats, and we've all got 6 shooters, and we're all sitting at the saloon. Wild West universe. Of course, there's a Wild West version of me. But that's not very closely related to the reality that I'm currently in. In visualization, what we want to do is we want to imagine a version of ourselves on this same trajectory, on this same timeline that we're in, but it's a version of us that is perhaps a little bit more social, a little bit more fulfilled, a little bit more satisfied, a little bit happier, and we want to become more familiar with what that person is like. That is how we become them. We have to get to know them. Give it a try. It works. It was what helped me a lot when I was feeling depressed. I just asked myself all the time, what would I be doing if I was just a little bit happier? What would I be doing if I was just feeling a little bit better, a little bit more put together? What would I be doing? And then I would just do those things. I would just try to think like that version of me that I'm trying to become. If I want to become that guy, I gotta get to know that guy. I gotta know how he thinks. I gotta know how he acts, so that I can take his place. Love that. That's Visualization 101. Give it a try. Those are small. I usually go straight to the president. You're skipping too far ahead. You gotta start small. You have to start small. If you want to build up momentum, you gotta start with tiny steps. I was at the grocery store the other day, and I felt really isolated, even though I was surrounded by hundreds of people. I think it was because at that moment I came to the realization that I had come to many times before, but never like this. Why is it that we don't talk to one another? Why do we seem to be so content in our isolation while at the same time dreading it? I mean, I hear people complain about lack of friendships, etc., and I know it's a leftist meme to want more third places and such. But what do we do in the meantime? How do we approach strangers and try and forge relationships? How do we do it? Especially when everyone seems to feel the same way. Again, sorry this is a half-baked thought, but I still don't know. It's interesting, and it's been sitting in my skull. You gotta be the change. If you want things to change, you gotta be the change. Now, there are times and places that are more conducive to engaging in deep and meaningful conversation with people. You have a better chance of forming a friendship if you go and spend time in a place where a good friend candidate would hang out. Like if you have a particular interest or a hobby, going to a place where people with that interest or hobby spend time is a good way to increase your chances of running into a person with a high potential friend factor. Excuse me, don't talk to me or make eye contact with me in the grocery store. All right, but I'm just going to look into your cart and judge you silently. That's what we do. That's what we do. We don't make conversation, so we just look in each other's cart and then judge each other silently. It's like, oh, that adult man is buying Pop-Tarts. Are those bagel bites I see? I do that when I'm scared of embarrassing myself in front of people. Why? The grocery store is not really the place to go to make friends, if we're being honest. The grocery store is a place where people go, and typically they try to spend the smallest amount of time possible there that they can. And so the grocery store is just not really a good place to make friends. Now, if you're out at the park or out in nature, that's a good place to make a friend. If you're at a comic book shop or a hobby shop or, the dog park or the craft store, those are good places to make friends. You're at a concert and you're seeing a band you love and you see somebody else there and they've got a shirt and it's the same as your shirt. You got the same shirt on, you're shirt brothers. That's when you look at them and you say, "Hey, shirt brother." You want to know my super secret special strategy? You want to know my super secret special strategy? Just for you. Just for you. You want to know? My ultimate technique when it comes to making friends? Just pretend people are your friend already. Just greet everybody like you're greeting an old friend. Just treat people like you're happy to see them when you see them. Other people are dealing with the same insecurities that you're dealing with. That's why we don't talk to each other. We're all dealing with the same problem. I don't have a dog, and one day I went to the dog park to hang with dogs and maybe make friends and was shunned because I was there without a dog. Wait, really? It's so weird. Maybe you should have brought some tennis balls. That is kind of weird that they would shun you for not having a dog at the dog park. Just lie. Just say your dog's at the vet or something. Just be like, oh yeah, Brutus loved this park. So I'd bring tennis balls to this park every year. This was his favorite park. We used to come here all the time. I just come here and I play with the dogs in his memory. Don't do that, though. Don't do that, though. Don't do that, though. It's generally bad to start a friendship based on a lie. Dating someone with a porn addiction is fucking exhausting. Sorry for the cussing. No doubt. No doubt. Like, how bad, I wonder? Like, what level of porn addiction are we talking about? Because the thing about porn addiction is that it exists on different levels, just like any other type of addiction. Text-to-speech is censored, it's true. It's because some platforms have a hard time handling text that is also a swear. They're okay if you say it, but sometimes if you actually have the word on your screen, it's a different story. What I say the levels of it are? Alright, let's talk about the levels of porn addiction. Let's talk about mild, moderate, and severe. That's how I would distinguish it. I would distinguish it mild, moderate, severe. So what would a mild porn addiction look like? This person is probably looking at porn. Okay, so at what level would it become a problem? At what level would it become a porn addiction? What is it that distinguishes a regular average porn user to someone who uses it so much that you would call them a porn addict? Every day. That sounds fair. Let's say that starting off on the mild side, so we're going to start mild and then we're going to work our way up. Let's say a mild porn addiction might look like someone who's doing it every day, or more days than not. They might not do it every single day, but they do it more days than they don't do it. So you might do it 4 or 5 days out of the week. And there's also a feeling of compulsion. It feels like something that you have to do, and you get stressed and you notice other symptoms if you don't do it. It actually causes you physical and mental agitation. So basically, porn has become your coping skill. And then from there, I would just say it just ramps up based on the frequency and the intensity and the duration of the addiction. That's typically how you distinguish the levels of an addiction. So like moderate would be, now I'm doing it probably every day, and sometimes I do it multiple times a day. You know, you might spend an hour a day or more watching porn. On the severe side, when we start to get into like, okay, this is a severe porn addiction, this is somebody who they might just have porn on their TV all day. They might just have porn on another monitor while they're doing their work on the other monitor. Is it porn that's the addiction or just the act of self-love? For some people, it's just the porn. Some people will literally just have porn playing all day. They might not be actively watching it the whole time, but it's basically just like background music for them. So yeah, dating someone with a porn addiction would be really exhausting because people with porn addiction, they rely on it as a way of coping with their emotions. And sometimes we don't just want to, detach in that way. Also, it's kind of dehumanizing. Pornography is kind of dehumanizing. You just start to view people as sex objects, and that's not healthy. So I guess I would say don't be in a relationship with somebody who just treats you like a sex object, unless that's what you're looking for in that relationship. Now that's what some people look for in a relationship, is they want to treat the other person like a sex object, and some people like being treated like a sex object. So as long as you're aware of it, and as long as it's consensual, you can make things work. But if you feel like the porn addiction is interfering with your relationship, then it's a problem. And it's probably not a problem that's going to get better on its own. It's something that they might need to get some assistance with. Or they're going to have to really start practicing other coping skills. Like when I think severe porn addiction, like one of the jobs that I worked in college was I was like IT support, like the help desk, and we would work in the computer labs on campus. And there was a time where we saw somebody who was just sitting there in the computer lab on a public computer out in front of everybody, just watching porn videos. Or it's like people who watch porn like on the bus. They are so tapped into their addiction that they don't care about just doing it in public. That's what you see in other people with severe addictions. People with severe alcoholism, it's like they'll be out and about, like drunk as all hell, middle of the afternoon. Or people who have, like other types of addictions, and they're just, shooting up right there on the street. Does the severity of porn addiction also go with the content? Like a severe porn addiction is also like more extreme stuff? Yes. It can. Not always. But it tends to. And the reason is because just like any other drug, we're viewing porn as like a drug here. It starts to lose its effect. It starts to lose its potency. And so you start to turn to more stronger things. It gives you more of a reaction. So yeah, it can. Not for everybody, but it does track that that's kind of what happens. Some people do just up the frequency. Some people, it's just, the same stuff. Some people, when you have an addiction, sometimes the stuff that you've been leaning on, it just starts to lose its effect. It starts to lose its potency. And so you start to search out, more intense things. So that does happen. So that does track. Not for everybody, but... Sometimes I have this inclination to give people really chaotic and destructive advice, like toxic behaviors if it has to do with relationships. It's usually when I'm asked, so it's never just unprompted. Like a recent example, a guy asked if he should spend his last $40 on weed until he gets paid on Friday. I said, yeah, go for it. Then everyone else said, no, you need to have food and gas. I felt so stupid. I usually stop myself because I am better at recognizing it, but I wish I didn't have those thoughts in the first place. If you catch yourself giving bad advice, it's okay to say, don't do that, that's bad advice. I was just kidding. It's okay, you can soften it a bit. You don't need to assume that the person took your advice seriously. Sometimes we like to be chaotic because it's fun. Sometimes chaos makes things more interesting. Now that being said, maybe you're just impulsive. So maybe it's just about impulse control. Maybe it's just, the first thing that comes to mind and it's just you say it. I'm not sure. When in doubt, just fall back on the age-old technique of saying, oh, I was just joking. Don't take me seriously. I don't know. I feel like, you're growing, you're learning, you're reflecting on your actions, and you're reflecting on the things you say, and that's fine. We can't expect ourselves to be perfect. We just want to become more aware of our toxic behaviors, and then we want to try to do something about them. Unless we want to be, toxic for the rest of our lives. So I wouldn't beat yourself up over this. I would just take this as an opportunity for learning and for growth. I find it best if a person asks this type of question to, instead of telling them what to do, we want to ask them another question. So if somebody says, hey, should I spend my last $40 on weed? Rather than saying yes or no, you should ask, well, is there anything else that you need to spend money on? You got food, you got gas, you got everything else you need? Because that will determine what my answer would be. If you have all of your other needs met, if you have a fridge full of food, if you've got, a tank full of gas, and you got bills paid, everything's in order, what's the problem? So on its own, it's hard to say whether or not it's good or bad advice. You kind of need more information, so ask them for more information before you give them advice. Also, there's nothing wrong with feeling stupid sometimes. Feeling stupid is what happens when you're learning. Feeling stupid is what happens when you come to a realization that, oh yeah, okay, I can do things that way instead. In the same way that getting stronger can make you feel weak, you do a lot of heavy lifting and you're pushing your strengths to new limits, it actually makes you feel weak. Even though you might be lifting more than you've ever lifted before, it might make you feel weak because you're pushing yourself to your limit. Feeling stupid is an indicator that you are learning. What if you always feel stupid? Then I say to myself, the only thing I know is that I know nothing. The more you learn about the world, the more you realize that there is to learn, and then you realize that you can't possibly learn all of it, and so the smarter you become, the stupider you may feel. The smartest people in the world feel stupid. And the stupidest people in the world feel really smart. Don't ask me why it is that way, that's just the way it is. It's like, I don't know about you, but anytime I meet somebody who acts like they are a genius, they normally aren't a genius. And when I meet somebody who's typically more humble and, that's when it's like, oh yeah, they're actually like really great at what they do. Like they're like, why don't they see their own skill? Like why are they so down on themselves? Like why don't they give themselves more credit? At least that's what I've noticed. "95% of Twitter. Twitter's gotten worse because the only people that are still on Twitter are the people who are addicted to fighting. It's like people go on Twitter to beef. They go on Twitter to fight. And the reason why they still go is because they're addicted to that form of engagement. They just need to fight. Porn addiction girl here. Lamau. I guess I'll go into it a little more deeply. Alright, let's do that. Let's talk about it. Thank you for elaborating and sharing more. I'd say it's definitely a moderate or more serious porn addiction, and he is trying to get help. Okay, that's good. The thing is, we don't live together, and we live kind of far from each other, so I'm always super anxious and paranoid about what he's doing, to the point where I feel like a crazy person and just like a bad partner. Why do we do this? Why do we beat ourselves up when other people are the ones with the actual problem? I'll never, that's such a human thing to do. I'll never fully understand it, I don't think. We just have such a way of blaming ourselves when something goes wrong, even though it might not be anything that we have anything to do with. I feel like I always have to go through his phone and look at his following and likes on social media. I've given him so many chances. He lied about being better multiple times, but eventually confessed, but I just don't know what to do. I will acknowledge that I definitely have an unhealthy attachment to him, and that's to be honest. And to be honest, that's why I'm still with him to a point. He's the only person I have, and I'm scared of being alone, so I stay with him. I love him, but this relationship has fucked me up. I think you know what you may need to do, and I don't want to be the one to say it, but I think that you might know. Not to mention, it's my first relationship, so it's kind of also fucked up all of my possible future ones. No, it actually hasn't. The thing about relationships is that you learn from them, you adapt and you grow, and then you take, what happened in that past relationship and say, okay, I'm going to do things differently the next time. Sometimes those early relationships are just relationship practice. Even though we like to think that every relationship we have will last, this will be the one, I won't ever need to find love again, I have found it, I don't ever have to look again. I can rest. I don't know, I just felt like I needed to ramble about it and maybe say some more. I just don't feel comfortable talking about this in chat, so I'll Hey, no problem. No problem. So I'll update here if I ever need to. Thank you, Josh. You are welcome. Let me just say that a healthy relationship shouldn't have all of this suspicion and doubt and lying, and I would say that it is okay and it is healthy if you want to set up some boundaries here and say, okay, listen, I can't deal with this anxiety all the time. You said you're better and you're not better, and it's like you're getting help, but it's like, it's not fair that you have to live with all of that stress because of how he chooses to act. We can't force other people to grow any faster than they are willing to grow themselves. And sometimes in our relationships, we outgrow the person that we are with. Sometimes we think that it is noble and just and the correct thing to do to stick through an issue with somebody. But if they've gone so far as to, say that they're better, but then just continuously relapse, it's like, how many chances do you want to give them? I feel like it doesn't have to be unlimited, especially if it's your first relationship. And this is one of those things that you might not realize until you actually get into a different relationship and you realize that things don't have to be that stressful. Things can actually be easier. It can feel so much more healthy. But you might not realize that until you're actually in a different situation. So, just something to think about. Oh, that is true. And I'm not going to say that you're an enabler. That's not what I'm going to say. But what I do want to say is we don't want to be enablers. I'm not saying that you're an enabler. That's not what I'm trying to say. But sometimes, if a person is grappling with an addiction and then they're lying to us about it and they're, they continue to relapse, and we just feel all this distrust, and we just feel so stressed and anxious about it. It's like, if we stay with them, on some level, we are communicating to them that what they're doing is okay. Sometimes you have to break things off with a person who is doing this type of stuff because they need to realize that their actions have consequences and that you can't treat people in a relationship this way. But if you feel like you have an unhealthy attachment with this person, I would say it's okay to focus on you and to focus more on that and to do more reflection on your attachment styles and try to build some healthy relationships. Wish you luck. Stressful to be in, but you've got good instincts, so. Keep us posted. What if I'm in a relationship with someone that is addicted to fighting on Twitter? I don't know, Mike. That's a head scratcher. I guess what I would ask them is, or I would talk to them about, why are you choosing to spend your time engaging with people that you despise instead of people that you love? Like, it doesn't even have to be me. I would just rather see you talking to your friends and your loved ones and engaging in those relationships and investing in those relationships rather than taking time out of your day to just talk to the worst person on earth. Like, is that who you want to hang out with? Is that who you want to talk to? The worst person on earth? Alright, with this one, we're caught up with the question box, so I think we can get to our presentation soon. We had a lot of questions today. I love to see it. Also, we surpassed 4,000 followers. Round of applause. Round of applause. We surpassed 4,000 followers today. Let's go. How much older is this dude than you? Because you said first relationship. He could just be like forcing you to think this is healthy and gaslighting you about it. That is true. That is something to keep into consideration. Is this person similar age as you? If they're a lot older than you, that would be a really big red flag. If you're like 20 and this person's like 33. By the way, I'm AFK making major changes to my wardrobe and room layout, which I've been putting off, thinking I wasn't strong enough, organized, etc. Today I chose to be strong enough. Hell yeah. If they update, we need the age. I'm always a little bit suspicious of older people getting into relationships with younger people. Like, whenever there's just a significant age gap, I'm just like, why? Why can't you be with someone your own age? Why do you have to be with somebody who doesn't have a fully developed brain? Why do you have to be with someone who's so vulnerable? Hmm? Just like the amount of fucking grooming that goes on in relationships. Yuck. I'm really uncomfortable with something that's been happening with my best friend's dad. I'm a 17-year-old male, and when we're alone, he makes inappropriate comments to me and stares at me in a way that makes me feel very uncomfortable. He knows I'm gay and keeps asking me questions about dudes. The last time I was at my friend's house, he brushed up against me and put his hand on my waist. Let me just wave these around real quick. Can you tell what these are? Do you know what these are? What do these look like? So this look like a bunch of red flags to you? Because this looks like a bunch of red flags to me. This kind of makes me want to scream. This kind of makes me want to yell, but I'm not going to. I don't want to blow your ears out. In no way, shape, or form is this okay. You are underage, and this is a grown-ass married man. And there are reasons why he's doing what he's doing. He knows what he is doing. This is all intentional. This is all purposeful. He's testing his boundaries. He's testing the waters. That's what predators do. This is predatory behavior. Because of this, I've been avoiding going over there to hang out. He's 40 and married with 3 teenagers. I'm not sure if I should say anything or just avoid going over there again. Thanks. I would tell an adult about it. I would tell an adult about it. Does this need to escalate? Do you need, like, it depends. Like, what do you want to do about it? Don't do anything that makes you feel uncomfortable. Don't put yourself in a situation in which you can be left alone with this adult who is showing some pretty clear predatory behaviors. Non-consensual touching. Okay. Let me run you through this real quick. This is straight from the Predator's playbook. This is what predators do. They first off begin by testing the waters. They talk to you about topics like sex or, adult topics. They gauge your comfort level in talking about those kinds of things. They're testing the waters. And then, depending on how that goes, they take it to the next level. And in this case, non-consensual touching. Shoulder massages, touching your waist, touching your, and then it just continues to escalate. It's like next thing you know, he's going to be grabbing your ass. Next thing you know, he's going to be sending you nude pictures. Yeah, nothing about this is okay. I would talk about it to your parents if you feel comfortable doing that. If you don't feel comfortable talking to them about it, maybe another trusted adult. An adult that you feel like you can trust, that you know in your life. Someone that you've known for a long time. Someone who will look out for your best interest. I would tell them about it. Absolutely. Because what we want to do is we want to make sure that people are aware that this kind of stuff is going on, because if this guy's doing this kind of stuff, it's probably not just with you. So I would tell other people about these red flags that you see so that they can also see them. Yeah, I wouldn't go back over there. I wouldn't go back over there. I would, you could have your friend over to your house. You could hang out somewhere else. There's just too many red flags here, I fear. It just feels too intentional. This just doesn't seem like stuff that would just happen by accident. You know what I mean? This just doesn't feel like a situation where you were taking things the wrong way. It's like, no, you're a minor and this is a grown-ass man. Not okay. Not okay. So yeah, if you feel comfortable talking to somebody about it, I would recommend that you do. But I also understand that this is stressful and it might be difficult to do that. But I would just say, before somebody gets hurt here, because if he's engaging in this type of suspicious behavior, it's like you don't know what else this guy's capable of. You want to make sure that people are aware that this guy is acting creepy. If you want to talk about it more, we're here for you. But yeah, keep yourself safe, please. My first relationship started when I was in the 9th grade, and it lasted for 3 years. It was fairly toxic, which I didn't see at the time, but he was my first love, and I was young. Honestly, teenage relationships are so toxic. Like you're a teenager, they're a teenager. It's like your brains aren't fully cooked yet. It's just like you're learning, you're growing. You're not going to be the person that you're supposed to be for a while. You're still growing, you're still developing. And this is what learning and developing is all about, is you recognize your toxic traits and then you do something about them. Once we broke up, I was single for about 6 months before getting into my current relationship, which is going on to 4 years. I say this because I ask myself if not being single for a while has impacted my ability to make myself happy. I'm trying to rediscover what I like to do and what brings me joy, but I'm having trouble. Any suggestions or questions I can ask myself to help figure it out? Do you think that you might be feeling a little depressed? It might not have anything to do with the fact that you were single for a while. You might just be struggling with something else. There might be a little bit of depression at hand here. And this is what we want to try to look for in the early stages of depression is things just don't feel the same as they used to. They just don't hit in the same way. The things that used to bring you happiness might not bring you happiness forever. Sometimes as we learn and grow, our tastes change, and the things that used to bring us happiness, they might not bring us happiness forever. I would just say try to take time out of every day to do something just for you. Make an effort to carve out some time where you can just focus on things that you want to do and that you like to do for no other reason than because it's something that you like. It's something that you want to do. And I say that because a lot of people face a similar problem. A lot of people have that similar issue where it's like they develop a certain set of coping skills to deal with their stress, and they engage in recreational activities that make them feel better. But sometimes those activities start to lose their effect. They don't make us as happy as they used to. And so if we want to be happier, then something's got to change. And so I guess the question to ask yourself would be, what can I do to make this even better? If you're trying to find more joy and you're trying to find more happiness, that is the question that you should be asking yourself. What can I do to make this even better? It's like if you like sitting down and watching movies, what could make this even better? It's like, okay, well, having some popcorn would make it even better. It's like, okay, but what could make it even better than that? It's like, okay, maybe I'll get a drink. Maybe I'll get a nice cozy blanket. Maybe I'll dim the lights. Go for a real theatric experience. I would also just take a look at, what are some things that you've always wanted to get around to doing? This is something that I like to practice myself, and sometimes I'll go way back. And I'll be like, what are some things that I've always wanted to learn how to do? And so I think back to like when I was a kid, because when you're a kid, you look out into the world and you're just amazed and perplexed at all of the different things that people are doing and all of the things that they're capable of doing. And there are going to be things that are like, wow, I want to learn how to do that someday. What were those things? And is today a good day to start learning how to do that thing that you've been meaning to learn how to do for years? If you sit down and think about it, you'll probably have some things that come to mind. Like maybe there's a book that you've always been meaning to read, or maybe there's a movie you've always been meaning to watch, or maybe there's a type of food you've always been wanting to learn how to cook, or there's an instrument that you've always wanted to try to learn how to play. Some sort of skill or something. Just ask yourself those questions. In what ways have I been meaning to grow? And what can I do to help promote that growth? Well, slap my knee. We're caught up with the questions for now. we're caught up with the questions for now, so we're gonna get into our presentation. So give me just a second. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Be right back.
What did we do? You like getting in my makeup?
Be so for real right now. Don't. Put your head back. Put your head.
Estoy loco. Estoy loco. La, 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 la.
Today I will be showing you how to catch a cat. Step 1, get a box. Step 2. You're welcome.
This is how you do non-consensual belly rubs. You like it.
My God. Please stop. No. This is not good behavior.
What's going on?
Oh, well, I guess Rocco will never be able to float. Oh, well, too bad. Bye, Rocco. Ooh. Huh. Oi.
What are you? You're too young to smoke. What are you doing? No.
Don't let him start early. Oh my
What
god.
the hell?
What the heck?
Uh,
What the
have I seen Cutie Cinderella's Name 100 Women Challenge? Would be a fun thing to do at the end of stream after therapy. We're gonna name 100 women.
Meow.
As fast as you can, and there are rules.
Hello?
Bear with me. Bear with me.
You with me, right?
What?
She's peeing. Lyle is in the litter box. Lily? Buggy? Oh my god.
So, am I the only person who's over 18 that doesn't know how to drive? Because... Hi.
Stare at your pictures for hours on end. 7.
I'll let this video finish. I'll let this video play through before we get into our presentation.
No, it's my bread. It's my bread. Give it back. Give it back.
It's better if nobody...
You're coming home with me.
I named 100 women in 7 minutes and 51 seconds.
Yes. No.
Am I allowed to name people from chat? Is that allowed?
No. Do you love me? No.
She's been trying to sit on this piece of paper that keeps sliding off my whiteboard because
No chatters, streamers, yes? Now how is that fair?
Excuse me. Are
you trying to tell me chatters aren't people? That sounds like a list that a streamer would... They sound like rules that a streamer would make. Typical streamer behavior, not viewing chatters as people.
So, Scissor, why is it so hard to accept that the party is over? Girl, you got school in the morning. Get your ass in the car.
Michael, don't leave me here. Michael.
Tan loco perdido, ¿eh? Tan loco, tío.
Cats are wild. Oh, I had 2 more questions pop up. Alright, let's take a look at these questions. I want to get through the questions before I do the presentation, because I don't want somebody to drop a question in the box and then not get their question answered. No fictional characters, no chatters, no family friends who aren't Googleable. So the challenge is to name 100 famous women. I don't know, I feel like I could probably do it. I could probably do it pretty quickly. Make myself happy, questioner. I often considered if I'm depressed because it's been a few years of things that used to bring me joy but don't anymore. I tell myself maybe I've just outgrown those things. And I loved you saying learn the things that I've always wanted to do. I never thought I'd be able to learn a language without a typical letter alphabet. And I've been challenging myself to learn Japanese, but I'm scared to think I'm depressed. I tell myself I'm just not happy because I'm not doing enough to make myself happy. Thank you for the follow-up. This is kind of how depression works, is that when you're in the initial stages of becoming depressed, you often try to convince yourself that you aren't actually depressed. This is why depression is so sneaky, and this is one of the things that I really want people to learn. And if there's anything, that you can take away from this stream as far as depression goes, it's that depression is one of the conditions that makes you try to convince yourself that you don't actually have it. It's like if you have anxiety, it's pretty clear that you have anxiety, and you're probably really aware that you have anxiety. But with depression, it's like, now I couldn't possibly be depressed. I've got money, I've got the house, I got the sports car, I got the pool, I got the big TV. Why should I be depressed? Part of being depressed is trying to convince yourself that you aren't depressed. But it's okay if you are depressed. Now that you've recognized it, now that you can actually identify it and say, okay, you know what, maybe I am a little bit depressed. Now you are empowered to do something about it. If you just keep trying to convince yourself that you aren't, then you'll probably just end up becoming more and more depressed. Just kind of becomes a slope downwards. It might not be. It might just be temporary. It might just be a thing that you're going through. It might be something more than that, but there's no guarantee as to how things will play out. But just in general, it's just something to be mindful of. Like, how am I feeling? How is my happiness level compared to what it used to be? Also, just given the state of the world, it's okay to be depressed. I feel like a lot of people are depressed right now just based on factors completely outside of their control. Capitalism, climate change, genocide, the list goes on. The moon is here. Wait, what does it say? What did it say? Oh, my bar was in the way. I didn't get to read what it said. Hold on, I'll pull it up. Let me look. Oh my goodness, thank you. Rusty Golden Fleece, thank you for the $6.90 tip. Thank you, friend. I'm glad to hear that you've been challenging yourself to learn something new. I would just keep doing that. And then also realize that you are something that you can learn more about in your life. We don't want to feel like we know ourselves completely. There should always feel like there's more to learn about ourselves. We're always, because that's what you want to do. You want to be able to surprise yourself. You want to be able to prove yourself wrong. You want to be able to exceed your own expectations. But no, if you are actually feeling a little bit depressed right now, being aware of it is the best thing that you could do. Because depression is kind of like cancer in that regard, in that the sooner you spot it and the sooner you identify it, the sooner you can start working on it and treating it, and the better your prognosis becomes. It's like, I don't know about all of you, but just the state of the world that we're in, it's like it has me a bit depressed. If I lived in a society where there weren't homeless people because they were able to have a place to live, I had to specify that because some people's solution to the homeless situation is not the right solution. I want to see everybody housed. I want to see everybody with the appropriate mental health care and the appropriate medical care. I want to see everybody have their basic needs met. Like, we live in a post-scarcity society, so why does it still feel like people can't get what they need? And that is depressing. But what we should want to try to do is allow those feelings to motivate us to go out and do something about it, to become a force for change, rather than just resign to it. You know, we can't bed rot and doom scroll our way through our problems as much as we'd like to think that we could. Then how will the top cats make an absurdly unequal amount of wealth? And that's the funny thing about it, is that they still will. There will still be absurdly wealthy people who have so much money they'll never be able to spend it in their entire lifetime. That will still be a thing. We can have both. People can have all their needs met, and there can also be people who have more than they could ever need. We can have both. I just feel like on some sick and twisted level, people like it that there are people that are struggling because it makes them feel better about themselves. I don't know. I don't know. That's just a little bit doomer of me. Some people just kind of like that shit, though. Like, some people are just kind of fucking cruel. So I did a trial run, and I was only able to name 40 women in 5 minutes. Dipchip is a true ally. Dipchip supports women. Just keep us posted, questioner. We'd be happy to help. You know, the sooner you realize that you're starting to go into a depressive phase, the more power you have to do something about it. So it is scary to open up to the idea that you might be a bit depressed, but that's the only way that you can do something about it. Whenever you keep trying to convince yourself that you aren't depressed, that's how you continue to slide deeper and deeper into depression. And then we have a TikTok.
This is how you get your cat to activate for dolphin pets. Just
I follow this guy on YouTube, actually. Cat Luminati. Yeah, I watch these shorts on YouTube.
lightly touch their head, make them want to push into it, and then you just put your hand above their head and make them jump into it. Dolphin pets.
Y'all, I just want to mention that when we left, his tail started shaking violently, like he's literally pissed that we're leaving. I actually think I've held this cat before. I think this is the cat that was on my shoulder that time. No, this is a baby. I don't see how people can see cats and not want to pet every single one of them, because I'm telling y'all, every time I see a cat, it does not matter if we're in the car, we are stopping. Y'all need to go right back home, you cuties. You're too cute. Go home. Watch this. Hello, Catalina. Every time. Good evening, Catalina. I am so sorry for waking you up from your beautiful slumber, you angel puff. We're not calling them cats anymore, by the way, y'all. We're calling them angel puffs now. Oh my god, y'all, I'm back home and I think I'm in trouble. No, we did not see other cats, I promise.
Oh. The cat knows. The cat knows, I fear. I love this guy. Yeah, I've actually subscribed to, see, look, you can, right here, Cat Luminati. I'm subscribed to them on YouTube. We have a similar energy. You know, I also like to try, like, we have neighborhood cats, but they don't come up and, like, some of them do. I always try to pet every cat I see, but sometimes the cats just, you know, they're just not into it. Meow Deeb. Lisan Elgato, right? Speaking of, that's what I've been calling Beaver. Whenever he does something, like he'll like run across the yard, and I'll just be like, Lisan Al Gaib. That's Muad'Dib. This makes me want to pat cats. This makes me want to pat some cats. Alright, let's get this slideshow going. I'm a dog person and I feel severely out of place here. There's room for both of us. I constantly just start chanting Lisan al-Gaib. I like to say it anytime somebody does something that's even like moderately a thing. It's just like, just act amazed and you're just like, oh, as it is written, Lisan al-Gaib. It's just too fun. Hold on. Lisan al-Gaib. There he is. Muad'Dib. Look how big he is. He's getting so big. Big boy. I don't get it. You gotta watch Dune. You gotta watch Dune 2. If you want to get it. If you want to get that joke, you gotta watch Dune 2. Muad'Dib. That's my little Muad'Dib. That's my Lisan al-Gaib. Alright everybody, we ready for this presentation? We're finally ready. I just had so many questions today, which I love, by the way. I love a day with a lot of questions. There was one more question. Papa, can you do a cooking stream with Mama Casey? Yeah, that's the plan. We actually want to do more cooking streams, but we're waiting for the front room and the kitchen to be redone. We're going to have a great setup. We're going to have a great setup. For streams soon. If you submit questions during the presentation, like I removed the pin link, so the link isn't pinned in the chat anymore, because I kind of figured I'd be, you know, going through this presentation for a little while. But if you still have questions, feel free to put them in the box, because I will check the box again after the presentation. I don't like to leave any unanswered questions. So, anyway, that being said, let's talk about why change is hard. Because it is hard. There's probably some things in your life that you've been meaning to get around to. There's probably some things in your life that you've been meaning to change. I know I have. Also, sometimes change happens to us, and it doesn't really feel like we could do anything about it. It doesn't really fit. It was just inevitable. But dealing with change, whether it's willing or unwilling, can still be difficult. So let's talk about it. My goal here today. Is for us to get a better understanding of why change is hard for people. Because it's frustrating sometimes when we want to change, but we feel like we're not making change fast enough, or we're not making the changes that we need to, or we keep going back to old habits when we feel like we should be doing something differently. Change is difficult, but change is possible. So let's talk about why change is hard, and then hopefully my goal here is that in learning how and why change is hard, we can feel more empowered to do something about it. We can actually make more meaningful efforts to bring about the change that we're looking for, because we understand what it is that we're trying to work against. So, human behavior is complicated. Human behavior is a complex thing. And our behaviors create a variety of challenges for us, especially when it comes to making changes in our life. If you've ever met a person, if you've ever met a human, you've probably noticed that humans are complicated. They can be unpredictable. Something that everyone faces are thought biases. I know. We don't like to think of ourselves as a biased person, but we all have our own biases. That's just the way humans are. It's the way people work. So you kind of owe it to yourself to identify your biases and then work on those biases, rather than try to convince yourself that you don't have biases, because we all do. It's about becoming less biased. We also have cognitive processes, just things that are fundamentally tied to how our brains operate that can make it difficult to embrace change. So it could be errors in our thinking, or it could be just the result of the way that our brain works. The actual nature of how behaviors are formed, the way that we learn, these can all contribute to difficulty in embracing change. So, these difficulties that we face can vary in intensity depending on the individual and their experiences. Sometimes people might seem very comfortable with change. We might have a hard time with change, and then we look out into the world and we see somebody who we feel like, oh yeah, they are so much more capable and so much more comfortable with change than I could ever be. Maybe. Some people seem to have an easier time with change, and for some of us it's a bit more of a struggle. And a lot of it just depends on who you are and the stuff that you've been through. Change is hard for me. We're going to talk about that. I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but we will talk about that. There's a reason why change feels hard, and it's not because we don't change, and it's not because we're incapable of changing. Sometimes it's an issue of perception. Anyway. Consider how gaining awareness of these factors can empower us to navigate change more effectively. That's what this presentation is all about. I want you to just be more aware of the things that are going on in your human brain, because we've all got human brains and they all operate on a similar set of rules. You know, they work using the same parts. And these affect our ability to embrace change. So, let's learn about it, shall we? The first thing I want to talk about is thought biases. These are errors in our thinking that interfere with our ability to make change. So, there are many different types of biases. We've actually talked about different types of biases in its own whole slideshow. We had a whole slideshow just about the different types of thought biases. So I'm not going to go through all of them today. The thing about biases is that they are common, and everyone is affected by biases to some degree. Just based on your experiences, the life that you have lived, the things that you've had happen to you, the people that you've interacted with, these all form a sense of what is to come, how do things work, what's going to happen, and so we develop biases. The bias that I really want to focus on here, especially when it comes to our ability to embrace change, is confirmation bias. Are stereotypes a form of bias? Definitely related. A big one for me is confirmation bias. This is why I want to talk about this one, because confirmation bias is something that happens to everybody. It's something that you have to actually be very aware of if you want to start pushing against it. Because the thing about confirmation bias is that it's just a way that our brains work. The thing about our brain, and you don't have, if this seems like unreal, you don't have to believe me, just take my word for it. Our brains are a biological organism, a biological construct. And one of the rules within biology, one of the rules within living organisms, I don't care if you are a little amoeba, I don't care if you are a tiger, I don't care if you are a lizard or a clam or a giraffe or a human. We follow a similar set of rules because we are a biological and organic being. And one of those rules is conserve energy and don't waste energy unless it's for a meaningful purpose. Wasteful energy expenditure puts biological organisms in a risky state. We don't want to waste energy because that means that we might not survive. We might need that energy. Is this true for plants too? I won't speak for the plants. But plants like to conserve their energy as well. But they also get energy for free from the sun. But that being said, plants also seek out energy. They will grow in the direction of their energy source, so I guess it's plant logic to an extent as well. But anyway, what I'm getting at here is that biological organisms like to conserve energy, and they don't like to waste energy, because if you waste energy, you might run out of it, and if you run out of it, you might die. So your brain is no different. And changing your thinking requires an expenditure of energy. You have to rewire your brain. You have to actually make changes in the physiological layout of your neural pathways. That takes work. That takes energy. And so, when you think of it that way, it makes sense that people have confirmation bias. We would rather reinforce that which we already believe to be true, while simultaneously disregarding information that goes against what we already believe. So what I'm getting at here is that we are wired so that we would rather reinforce our existing beliefs rather than adopt a new set of beliefs. You with me so far? So, confirmation bias, the very common bias that everybody deals with. And this is where we seek out information that confirms our existing beliefs. If you believe that the Earth is flat, you will seek out information that agrees with you. And we also disregard information that goes against our existing beliefs. So if you believe the Earth is flat, and you have the $20,000 device that can measure the rotation of the Earth, and then it gives you a reading that says, oh yeah, the Earth is round because you just rotated in space. Like, well, there must be an error with the machine. There must be something else going on. So, if you want to understand confirmation bias, a really easy example of that is to just look at people who are flat earthers. There's just no convincing them that the Earth is round. But we all do this to some degree. Think about your negative thoughts about yourself. Can you see how we might confirm negative beliefs about ourselves, and that we might reinforce those beliefs, and that we might keep them going because we don't challenge them? Oh no, it's relatable. It should be. This should be relatable. Every single living person that I've ever met has some degree of confirmation bias. And you kind of have to, because at some point it's like you have to believe in something. If you had no confirmation bias, it's like you would just believe in nothing. I don't know. So just reflect on how confirmation bias can influence our perception of change and reinforce resistance to new ideas or perspectives. If you feel like you are worthless, if you feel like you can't make friends, if you feel like you can't find love, you might be seeking out information that confirms those beliefs while disregarding information that goes against those beliefs. So just try to be mindful of that. If you have negative, self-defeating beliefs about yourself, try to push back against them. Open up to a new way of thinking. Atticus, why do you have to walk behind my green screen? There's so many other places for you to go. Why do you have to be right here where you mess up the green screen? He wants me to pet him, I fear. Don't worry, I got you. I don't know what it is. He just likes walking around the green screen, pushing on it, kicking it, knocking it over. He loves chaos, I fear. Take a moment to consider how becoming aware of thought biases can help us approach change with a more open and objective mindset. Hey, Penny. Oh, you want up here? Peter. Hey, Peter. You wanna be a lap dog? So for the dog folks, we got dogs too, not just cats. So, thought biases, these are one of the reasons why we have a hard time making changes in our life. We might be reinforcing our existing beliefs while also going against information that goes against those existing beliefs. That's why some parts of mental health involve proving yourself wrong about yourself, especially if you have very negative and self-defeating beliefs about yourself. Any questions? Okay, good. Let's talk about cognitive dissonance. Just processing, that's alright. If you want a copy of these slides, let me know. I'll post them in the Discord. I'll post a copy of the slides in the Discord. Cognitive dissonance. This is like it's an internal conflict is what it is. Cognitive dissonance is the discomfort that we experience when our beliefs or our attitudes are in conflict with our actions. And this is another reason why we have a hard time making changes. An example of this would be people who smoke cigarettes. They may realize that smoking is bad, but then they will downplay the health effects, or they will rationalize their behaviors. They will tell themselves, you know, I can quit whenever I want. So that's just one example. Cognitive dissonance can actually arise during times of change, as we have to confront these conflicting thoughts and emotions that we might be dealing with. Explore strategies for managing cognitive dissonance and aligning our beliefs with our desired changes. So if you want to manage your cognitive dissonance, what you want to do is do some self-reflection, do some mindfulness, maybe do a little bit of meditation. We just want to become aware of our beliefs and our attitudes, and we want them to become in line with our actions. Like, if we want to live a happier life, what are we doing to make that happen? If we want to make friends, if we want to build relationships, what are we doing to make that happen? Fear of the unknown. Oh, we're scattering. Oh, they're scattering. They ran away. We tried, Penny. Penny, we tried. We tried to help them, but they got scared and they ran away. Those are some good chips. Not the best chip I've ever had. I'd give it a solid, like somewhere in the mid sevens. 7.3, 7.4. Not a bad chip. It's a good chip. It's a good chip. It's a good score. So I kind of sped through cognitive dissonance. Do we have any questions about that one before I move on? Do we understand what cognitive dissonance is? It's, in the simplest terms that I can think of, it's basically just when your thoughts and your beliefs aren't in line with your actions. Like, if you want to be a person who spends time doing their hobbies, spends time with their friends, practices good self-care, it's like, those are the things that you believe that you should be doing. And then what are your actions? Are they actually in line with your beliefs? Understanding it's bad, but still doing it. Yeah. A way that we could do this is like, we believe that we should be nicer to ourselves, but then what are we actually doing? It's like, do we continue to put ourselves down? Do we continue to beat ourselves up? Do our actions fall in line with what we believe? All right, moving forward into the fear of the unknown. Fear is another major player when it comes to our resistance to change. In particular, fear of the unknown. It's one of the reasons why change can be difficult, is because we just don't know what's going to happen. It might even be good for us. It might even be a good change, but because it's different, we might avoid it. When there's uncertainty, it can make us feel anxious. And this uncertainty and this anxiety can make us feel overwhelmed when we try to make changes. It could even be a good change. It could be a positive change. But because it's unknown, because it's different, because it's unfamiliar, it's a little bit scary. It's just a little bit scary. Take a moment to reflect on some old fears that you no longer have. What are some things that you used to be afraid of that you're not afraid of anymore? And what was it that helped you overcome those fears? How about one of the most common fears out there, especially when you're young, being afraid of the dark? You're still afraid of the dark. You might still have some fears that you've had for a long time, but you probably also have some fears that you're not so fearful of anymore. Is it weird to not be able to think of a single one? No. Because nobody's probably ever asked you that question before, so this one's a real head scratcher. Thanks for reminding me. Now I gotta run from the hallway monster. Oh. Just make friends with the hallway monster. They just want to be your friend. I used to be scared of swimming after eating. See, that's a good example. Maybe you used to be afraid of speaking your mind, but now you feel more comfortable speaking your mind. Maybe you feel like you could still become more comfortable in speaking your mind, but the fear has lessened, perhaps? Consider how reframing uncertainty as an opportunity for growth and exploration can help you to mitigate fear and resistance to change. We want to try to view uncertainty as an opportunity. We're reaching out into the wild unknown. Within uncertainty, there is opportunity. Opportunity to grow, opportunity to explore, the unknown can be scary, but we don't want to just have fear for the unknown or just fear for the uncertain, because that also shuts us off from a lot of potential good things. I used to be afraid of my mother, but I am not now. Does that count? That absolutely counts. That's a wonderful example. That 150% counts. So what changed? What helped you to overcome that fear? Anyway. Fear is one of the reasons why people have a hard time changing. So what I would say to try to do is view things that are uncertain. Even though they might be a little scary, there's opportunity there. Opportunity to grow, opportunity to explore. It doesn't have to be a bad thing. Reframing is something that gets easier with practice. So if you're having a hard time reframing things right now, that's okay. That's normal. That's to be expected. But reframing is something that if you just continue to do it, the better you get at it and the easier it is. So, are there any thoughts that you could reframe today? I literally can't think of a single fear I've gotten over. Nothing? Not even like clowns. Just keep thinking. It's a tough question, and I meant it to be a tough question because this isn't something that we normally think about, but what I'm trying to do is get people to recognize some of their own strengths. Yeah, maybe you're not fully over the fear, but maybe you've gotten better at dealing with it. That also counts. I'll allow it. We'll count that too. So, are there any thoughts that you'd like to reframe today? Any reframers? I'm in the process of getting better. Reframing, if you're not familiar with the concept of reframing, it's something that I would like to see more people practicing. It's basically just a mindful effort to change your existing thoughts into different thoughts. So maybe you have a thought that says, I feel worthless. If we were to reframe that thought, it could be something like, I feel worthless, but I am working on not feeling that way. So reframing could just be adding something on to an existing thought. It could be changing a thought's direction. It could be turning a thought into a question so that you start reflecting on it instead of just taking it as fact. There are many different ways to reframe, but reframing is the fundamental technique when it comes to changing your thinking. You've been doing that without realizing it was a thing. Well, there you go. That's reframing. If you have a thought or a belief that you don't enjoy or you find it uncomfortable, perhaps a little reframing is in order. Okay, let's keep it moving, shall we? Let's talk about habits and routines. Habits and routines play a powerful role when it comes to shaping our behavior and our mindset. This is because the more frequently we do something, the more frequently we think something, the stronger those connections become. If you were to think of your brain like you would think of a road, the more frequently a road is traveled, the more you have to build up on that road, and the stronger it becomes. So it may start off as a one-lane dirt road, and then it becomes, a gravel road, and then it becomes, paved concrete, and then it just continues to get used. There's more traffic going through it, and so you have to expand it. You have to make those connections stronger. So you add some more lanes. The more you think a thing, the stronger the connections in your mind become surrounding that thought. So when we do things repeatedly, when we do things out of habit, They have a tremendous power when it comes to shaping the way that we behave and the way that we think. What I want you to do is I want you to think about how entrenched habits can contribute to the resistance to change, even if it's something that we want to do. It has to do with the strength of the connections within your mind. I just want you to think of your mind as a structure. I want you to think of it as like a computer with all sorts of little connections. The stronger those connections, the harder it is to change those connections. And if you've been thinking something or feeling something for a long time, those connections become stronger and stronger the more that you use them. And so sometimes even when we want to change, it can become hard because it's such an ingrained thing. The longer you have a belief, and the longer you engage in a behavior, the more challenging it may be to change. Now that to me just makes sense, but if it doesn't make sense to you, then please let me know. Belief that change is possible can actually help change to occur. Just as believing that something is impossible can actually make it less likely to happen. If you believe that you can get better, it improves your chances of getting better. If you believe that you're never going to get better, it reduces your chances of getting better. This also kind of ties into those cognitive biases we were talking about. Those errors in thinking, those, the way we have biased thinking. So, I just want you to consider what could be some strategies for breaking our habitual patterns. And what can we do to create new and healthy routines to support our desired changes? So, what do we do? We've talked about this before. How do we, get the best chance at making lasting, meaningful change? And if you've been listening, if you've been tuning in, what you probably remember is that the best way to get change to stick is to do it gradually, to do it one step at a time, and not try to make too drastic of a change at once. If you're trying to implement a new routine in your life, and you do every single thing that you want to change, like let's say you aren't going to the gym, you aren't waking up early, you aren't eating healthy, and you're trying to add all of those things at once, it's not going to work. You're just going to get exhausted, you're going to give up, you're going to go back to your old routine. What you need to do is add things one at a time until it becomes a part of your routine. It's kind of like you're not good with gradual. Actually, you are good with gradual, because if you think about how you are now, you got here gradually. Gradually is the only way to do things. Casey's looking for Penny. She's right here. Where is she? I don't know. Have you seen her?
Oh, I was like, where's Penny?
Where's Penny?
I was like, is she pissing somewhere? Is she pooping somewhere she's not supposed to?
No. She's right here. Does it help when I use analogies like thinking of your brain as like roads on a map? Does that help? Let's say you have an existing routine. That would be like a super highway in your brain, and you're trying to form a new routine, so you're basically trying to build a new highway. You don't start off by just building a whole new ass highway. You start by cutting through the trees and trimming the grass and getting it cleared out so that you can start a new dirt road. You start that new dirt road, and then you keep building onto it, and then eventually you have a new highway. And then you can redirect all that traffic down the new highway. And what will end up happening is that since you're now using the new highway and the old highway isn't relevant anymore, your brain will dismantle it. It'll start to take it apart. You might find yourself slipping down that old road from time to time, but it gets a little bit smaller and a little bit more narrow the more you continue to build on that new highway. Gradual can sometimes feel like no progress. Yep. And that's why it can be so stressful when we're trying to make changes, is because we're just so demanding of ourselves. We wish that we had change right away. Wouldn't that be great? Did you reply to me? I got ads. No, not yet. I was waiting for you to get back. I have rejection-sensitive dysphoria. I fall to pieces when I fail at even the smallest task. Failure is part of the learning process, and failure is part of success. You can't separate the two. It's not either I'm a failure, or I'm successful. Like, we have to fail, and we have to learn on our way to becoming successful. So it doesn't have to be a failure as long as it's something that you can learn from, as long as it's an opportunity for growth. You gotta change your relationship with failure. It's a part of the process of finding success. Oh, Penny, you're so cute! Cute dog. Look how cute this dog is. Penny, tell him how the cable guy came over and thought you were a puppy. Tell him how the cable guy came over and said, "Oh, is that a puppy?" And I had to say, "Nope, that's a grown-ass dog. She's almost 7 years old." Why does a broken heart create you to make more drastic changes and improvement in yourself compared to the gradual changes without heartbreak? That's a good question. I feel like the heart has a way of prioritizing things, and the heart has a way of motivating and driving us to do things because the heart knows what it wants, and the heart will seek it out. Also, having a broken heart is uncomfortable, and we want it to mend, and so it motivates us to make changes so that it can mend. We don't like to live with heartache any longer than we need to. So, if you want to form a new routine, gradually is the only way to do it. I'm sorry. That's just the way it is. I know what you're thinking. You go on YouTube and you see all these inspirational people and they're like, I'm going to adopt a completely new routine and I'm going to do it for 30 days and I'm going to see how it goes. And it's like they are absolutely miserable for the first few weeks. It's like, so you could do that. You could just make yourself do it and know that you're going to be miserable and there's going to be a phase of adjustment. Or you can do it gradually and do it step by step. And then before long, you'll be doing all the things that you want to be doing, but you won't have to go through that phase of heightened stress. I always do things in extremes. Stop min-maxing. Save your min-maxing for your Dungeons and Dragons characters. Stop min-maxing in real life. What are you looking at, man? What are you looking at? Why are you looking over there? Don't look over there. Look at them. Penny, look. Penny. I'm trying to talk to you.
It's because I said Scout. She's obsessed with Scout.
It's true. She's
jealous.
jealous. I understand, you know, we want rapid change, but rapid change is rarely lasting change. Penny, if you're gonna do that, don't get tangled with my earbuds. Social influence and external pressures. You thought we were done. We're not done. We're still going. Social norms and peer pressure also influence our willingness to change. They could motivate us to change. They could also motivate us to stay the same. Also, sometimes we're uncomfortable going against the norm. Sometimes we may adopt bad habits because it's what, well, everybody else was doing it. Atticus. Dude. No. That is too loud. Who are you barking at? And why are you so loud? Atticus, don't. No. I'm not gonna have you blowing out my eardrums and everybody else's eardrums. No. Green screen. This dog is an agent of chaos. Societal expectations and the opinions of others also influence our decisions and our behaviors. We tend to look outwards to other people to determine, is this a good idea? Is this what I should be doing? What should I be doing? We call that social learning. We look to others to figure out, what should we do? And sometimes this can be harmful to us. Sometimes, you know, if we grow up in a home where people are very anxious, people are very timid and reserved, it might make us feel like that is the norm and that is how I should be. I should be anxious, I should be fearful. It's not just your family, it's also your friends, it's your coworkers, it's everyone that you engage with. So what we want to try to do is assert our autonomy. We want to make changes in our life that are aligned with our values and our goals, and we want to try to not listen to those external pressures. This one I feel like is pretty easy to understand, so we'll go ahead and keep it moving. Overcoming resistance. I want you to understand that resistance to change is a natural part of the process. Don't feel like you're a failure just because you are resistant to change. Just because change doesn't come easy, or just because it's taking longer than you think it should, that doesn't mean that you're a failure. Remember, we can't afford to identify as a failure. We can't afford to believe that we can't get better. That just makes it even harder for us to get better. So just understand that resistance is to be expected. Even positive changes can feel uncomfortable at first. Even if it's a good change, even if it's something that we feel like we should be doing, we are sometimes resistant to it just because it's different. What's really important as we work through changes in our life, like how these dogs keep changing my green screen, is we need to practice self-compassion and patience. Just show yourself some grace and give yourself the time that you need to make the changes that you need to make. But also, don't give yourself all the time in the world. You know what I mean? I feel like sometimes people want to make changes and they give themselves all the time that they need. How much time do you need, though? Because sometimes I feel like people do get stuck in that process of being like, well, I am making changes. I am doing what I need to do. It's like, okay, but I guess I just want to encourage people to, step outside their comfort zone. If you can actually embrace change, change can happen faster. It's like if we're trying to become more confident with ourselves, we should probably try to do that sooner rather than later. Like if there's stuff in our life that we want to let go of, if there's stuff in our life that we want to move past, how long do we need to do that? Just try to find a reasonable amount of time to make the changes that you need to make. But if we don't, keep ourselves accountable and actually try to make progress, and we just always identify as being in the process of changing, we're not really making much change now, are we? We need to try to build our resilience. We need to cultivate self-awareness. We want to embrace gradual progress so that we can continue to grow. anxiety is so high right now. I have too much happening at one time. And for the next minute, for the next 60 seconds, just focus on your breathing. Just give yourself a minute to just breathe. All of the problems, all of the things you need to be doing in your life, all of the things that are crying out for your attention, they can wait a minute. Just find your center. Conclusion. So, change is a dynamic and ongoing process. We're always in the process of changing. And if we want to make the most meaningful change that we can in our life, that'll require patience, self-awareness, and resilience. View change as an opportunity for growth and an opportunity to learn. That is how you can embrace change. It might be challenging, it might be uncertain, but every step forward is a testament to your strength and your courage. Commit to approaching change with curiosity, compassion, and a willingness to embrace the full spectrum of human experience. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Do we have any questions? Thank you. Any questions? I'm working 60 hours this week. I got school, I got this play, I got Easter. For the next 5 minutes, all you gotta do is chill. Just take it one moment at a time, my dude. With resistance, how do I allow myself to not resist? Some resistance is to be expected, but it's through resistance that we gain strength. The thing that I think of is lifting weights or getting stronger physically. You can't do that without a little bit of resistance. The same goes for your behaviors and your routines. There's going to be a little bit of resistance when you make a change. So it's best to just do it gradually, so that you can feel more confident, feel more capable, and do things at a pace that is manageable for you. I'm trying to not take medication. This is a lot harder than I thought. It's as easy as breathing, my friend. I want you to take the biggest, deepest, and most satisfying breaths that you can. Can I provide examples of how I was compassionate with myself when I made changes in my life? Sure. Whenever you make a mistake, or like whenever I would make mistakes, or whenever I would recognize those as opportunities for growth. Just because you fail does not mean that you need to identify as a failure. So in being compassionate to myself, it's like I recognize my behavioral patterns if I need to give myself some space or I need to give myself some time to, you know, just unwind and be by myself for a little while, I'll do that. I will give myself what I need in those moments so that I can refocus and re-energize and then get back to doing what I need to do. Oh, that's not. I had to kick him out. I didn't want to, I had to. Oh, and then Penny jumped out of my lap and it ripped my earbuds out of my ear, and now I'm missing one of the covers to my earbud, but I found it. There it is. Okay, good. I guess whenever I think of compassion when it comes to making changes in my life, just giving myself some grace, just showing myself, you know, that I can't demand change from myself, because when we demand change, it just doesn't really work. It just doesn't really stick. So just understanding that I need to take things at a pace that will be the most effective. Just giving myself the time I need to adapt. Just trying to be nicer to myself. Just trying to be more kind. Just trying to be patient. That's what I think of when I think of compassion. Yay! We did it. We did it. This is probably a strange request, but you're my favorite streamer, and I would love it if you would cover more news, like going through the whole Diddy saga, etc. Well, thank you. I'm your favorite streamer. Thank you. I'm honored. You know, I could take some time to do some more news. That is true. I think that the streams as I'm doing them is something that will continue to grow and evolve and change, just like we've been talking about today, you know? I feel like the way that I do the stream now will probably not be the way that I always do it, and so, yeah, there's definitely room for some different things. But if you want to hear me read the news, Watch out, news streamers. I'm coming for you. There's a new daddy in town. Why does it seem like believing that we can change is as important or more important than the act of changing? In my perspective, the reason why believing that you can change is as important is because it's really hard to achieve change if you don't believe that you can change. Also, if you don't believe that you can change, it makes it harder to change. So that to me is why believing that you can change is so important. But how quickly can you name 100 women? That's a good question. How quickly can I name 100 women? I'm just thinking of strategies for naming 100 women. Pull up an Excel spreadsheet and a timer. You really want me to name 100 women? Sounds... No, you can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say that. Not during Women's History Month. These are the rules? There's rules for this game? Of course it's written in Comic Sans. Name 100 women challenge. Cannot use chat. Can be dead women. Can be streamers. Can be any version of their name. Spelling doesn't count as long as your heart is in the right place. They have to be a real person. They can't be people you know from your personal life. No repeats. I think it's mostly just fun rather than some feminist point. It could be both. It could be both. Casey counts? Of course Casey counts. She would be the first woman I would name on my list. I'd start the list by saying Casey Tron. She's a person from my real life. She's a Googleable woman. I wish I knew the full names of more of the Real Housewives. Like, I know some of them. Yeah, maybe later this week. Maybe later this week. Give me time to think. Give me time to mentally prepare. Is my TikTok broke? Is my TikTok broke? Why did all my latest TikToks say 0 views? How is that even possible? My TikTok broke? What is this? My shadow banned or something? Did I say something wrong? Do I need to start over and make a new account? Well. Welp. Well, I think I'm cooked.
This is a...
Why is TikTok so loud? I'm sorry about that. I just started playing sounds in that tab, my bad. Sorry for the jump scare. Sorry for the jump scare, that got me too. TikTok is the worst. TikTok is the worst. I'll just say it. That's full stop, that's it. TikTok is terrible. Honestly, I hope they ban it. I'll just start posting my shorts on YouTube. Fuck it. You gotta ban it, ban it. Any lingering thoughts or questions? Feeling pretty good today? Are we gonna have a good rest of our day? Do me a favor, do something nice for yourself today. Show yourself some compassion. No, today I'm choosing to have a bad day. Well, you know what we have to say about that? Hold on, let me pull it up for you. I need to have a good day tomorrow, and it's unlikely for me to have 2 bad days in a row, so I'm just getting it out of the way. Does that make sense? Is that logical? Yeah, why not have 2 good days in a row? That's possible.
When you have a bad day, give up. Go home and sleep. Fuck it. Try again tomorrow. Not every bad day can become a good day. Some days are fucked and cannot be unfucked. When you have a day that is fucked beyond repair, that is the universe speaking to you, sending you a message. Listen to the universe. Go home. Save your energy. Tomorrow is another day. For now, just fucking chill.
I like to view my days in sections. I like to view my days in sections, you know? Just because you might have a bad start to the day doesn't mean that it has to be a bad day. It could just be a bad morning. You might have a rough afternoon, but you still could bounce back and have a relaxing evening. Try not to allow some tough time within a section of your day ruin the entirety of your day. Oh, hey, Cassitron, welcome back. Yeah, I chopped off my hair. Thank you for being so nice. Thank you for saying all those kind words. Okay, let's check this out. What is this? How do
It tells Mr. Brain that you're
how do you start it over?
telling you guys about another tool I learned in therapy called the half smile. It's important to use the half smile tool if you're feeling sad because then it tells Mr. Brain that you're actually happy. In order to do the half smile, you have to relax your face for as long as you need, and then you smile slightly just like this. And that tells Mr. Brain that you're happy, and when you're happy, it means that no negative thoughts will get to you. When I try a new food, I use this technique by telling myself that I won't throw up and nothing bad will happen as long as I'm happy. Mr. Brain knows that you're happy when your face is like this, but he also knows that you're not happy when your face is like this. It's always important to be positive and always have a half smile on your face so Mr. Brain knows that he's always happy.
Why does it have to be Mr. Brain? I'm sorry. Why?
The more calm you are, the more easier it is to have a half smile. Remember to stay positive. Today I'm going to be...
Period. Period. Well, I think I'm cooked today. I think I'm cooked. So this farm situation, take a poll, put something else on. I can't please everybody out at the farm, I fear. People are always going to be unhappy no matter what you put on. That's what I've come to find. Desperate Out. Watched it already, I fear. Managed to tolerate your distress better today. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Incremental progress. Keep up the good work. We take 2 steps forward with therapy, and then reality TV is 3 steps back. That's how you form a sustainable business model. Alright, I have one last request for you. One last request. I need everybody to dance. I need you to dance now. That'll be it for me today. That'll be it for me today. I'm cooked. I'll be back again tomorrow, everybody. We'll be back again tomorrow, same time. Until then, take good care of yourselves. Take care of yourselves. We'll see you next time. Until then, show yourself some love. You earned it. Bye-bye. Oops, wrong screen. That's awkward. That's the right one.
Here is the gong. Back with the bass. The jam is live in effect, and I don't waste time on the mic with a dope rhyme. Jump to the rhythm, jump to the rhythm, jump. And I'm here to combine beats and lyrics to make you shake your pants, take a chance. Come on and dance, guys. Grab a girl, don't wait, make the twirl. It's your world, and I'm just a squirrel. Trying to get a nut to move your butt to the dance floor. So yo, what's up? Hands in the air. Come on, say yeah. Everybody over here, everybody over there. The crowd is live, and I will do this groove. Party people in the house, move.
All right, have a good night. Love you. Bye.